I think for every entrepreneur, perseverance is the only word which will keep you driving. It's very important to understand that life of an entrepreneur is not going to be as easy as it seems all the time. There's going to be ups and there's going to be downs. And when you're on the top, you'll find everything is working great for you. You know, you touch the sand and it turns out to be gold. But when you're on downside of your business, when things are not going great, even in your personal life or in your professional life, perseverance is the only thing that I could probably think of. Because you got to keep pushing yourself. There will be at times that will break you down completely. You will feel like you want to sit down and just think about winding up, crying, or even you're under so much of pressure that you will probably even think about giving up. Unless and until you are very persevering in terms of ki nahi karna hai, it is going to be a very hard journey for anybody. And I think that is what drives me as an entrepreneur. I know as every brand will have a good time and a bad time, Skippy will also have a good time and bad time, but perseverance as a leader of the pack is the only thing that can drive me. My team wants to see me continuing to focus and continuing to push all the time. And yes, I've been a very calm guy. Probably at the stage today, yes, you might find it so. Maybe come back to my office, you might find a different Ravi there. But yes, got to be cool. My product is cool, so I got to be cool as well. I stay that way and that helps me work, because under pressure, if you tend to succumb and show your vigor in terms of anger or anguish, I don't think that's going to be benefiting anybody, neither just me from a health point of view. So I try to stay calm under the pressure and try to find a solution out of it. And perseverance is something that keeps driving me inch by inch, even if I'm like really vexed up with things, but still keep pushing myself every day.
Well, that's great, sir. So, for anybody to inculcate these qualities, there should be some sort of childhood experiences or the way that you were brought up that matters. So do you have anything that, that interested you as a child that made you, be over here, like the place where you are?
See, it's very important. Sometimes we fail to understand the family brought up that we actually come up across. As a kid, I've always been on a dining table where my father and my mom used to talk business all the time. Aaj itna bada problem ho gaya, aaj utna nuksan ho gaya, aaj itna profit ho gaya, and stuff like that. So we have been raised in a family where we always speak business throughout the day. And after business comes a question ki, beta aaj din kaisa tha? That is a secondary question for my father. He had been very focused and persevering in terms of his ambitions, but that does not need to stop anybody from dreaming about being an entrepreneur. I'm not saying that only because you come from a family business you can be a good entrepreneur. Please, I'm not even advocating that statement here. I am just talking about the way I grew up. My parents were pretty into business family, and many a times I keep saying this in college fest and speeches where I'm being called upon, that sometimes we tend to ignore the fact that family businesses, whether your dad or your mom is sitting in a kirana store, whether she is a cloth merchant, whether she's got a beauty salon or whatever, if she's been running it for 10s and 20s of years, she has got the fundamental right of running a business in profitability. And we tend to ignore that fact. We see things ki ye to bahut chota sa business hai, ye to koi bhi kar lega. Nahin, that's not the fact. The fact is that running family business is one of the most toughest things. And I think I respect now my father to what he was doing for last 3 decades. As a kid, probably I never realized that. So as a kid, I've always been brought up in this family, and I always wanted to be an entrepreneur, to be honest. Even today, I don't see myself going and working for someone. I might earn less today, make less money, but I'm at least proud of whatever I'm doing for myself. That's the way I'm.
Yep. So, well, that's a really great answer from sir. So, you spoke about family businesses and, what you've learned from that. So can you tell us any 1 or 2 experiences that you went through while you were building your family businesses that actually helped you grow Skippy? So any 1, 2 powerful experiences?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll be very honest, I've been very bullish about saying that I've got family business values with me. Sometimes people think this to be a little downtrodden kind of a statement. But honestly, I'll tell you what, in today's era, the family business values are the most important thing that probably is not even taught in business schools. My fundamentals that my father taught me are still helping me run the show. First thing was credit nahi dene ka. You know, my father was very clear about it. Business kam karo, lekin credit mat do, kyunki udhari jaise hi dete ho, you'll have to keep chasing the people around for even $500. And that was my principle from day one. I will grow slow. I will not even grow probably if required, but I'm not going to be chasing people for my own money. So I kept focusing on creating a policy around my business, which made me more sustainable. Today, we are 100% advance payment business. I mean, it sounds very, it sounds probably least important, but it is very important for you to work on your numbers, your capital, operating cash flows very much. So that is one value my father said. Second, my dad has always kept goodwill in more important than profitability. My dad says that the goodwill that you are creating in the market by being a genuine entrepreneur, by being a genuine businessman, will take you miles further, even if you're not doing good. But if you screw up your goodwill in the market, then nothing is going to be actually helping you out. When times go bad, your goodwill actually will help you get funds from people, maybe investment from people, or even any kind of a credit line or any kind of a, opportunity from people. But goodwill was very important for him. And more importantly, it was always, he always focused on one thing, that unit economics has to be very profitable. You know, whether you guys are talking about getting into a service industry, creating an IT platform, a tech platform, or you're getting into a product, or an F&B entrepreneur like myself, the unit economics is very important. At what cost am I acquiring a customer? Am I making profit out of it or not? At what cost am I giving this service? Am I making profitability at every cost or not? That is absolutely very important. People today tend to forget the basic principle of business, which is making profit. We are just talking about giving service, giving a solution for a problem that we think it is important. But everything to be sustainable, like how we talk about recycling a plastic today, making planet Earth very sustainable, business needs sustainability, and that can come only from profitability. So that is the unit economics that my father focused. Based on these three principles, I think I started off my business. And by God's grace, we are doing decently enough today.
Decently enough is a very small word over here. But then, yes, sir. So, so I'm asking very bluntly, so were there any mistakes that you've did in the past that, you know, from which you had massive learnings and that you applied in Skippy right now?
Yeah, I think, see, firstly, to the audience, I am going to be very raw and blunt in whatever I say. I do not like to sugarcoat anything, because as a young student in a college, I believe that you should be guided in the right path. I don't want to glamorize everything and put you on a path and only later you realize ki yaar kya kar diya maine. So yes, coming to your question, absolutely, there were a lot of mistakes that I've done in the past. First of all, when I was in my father's business, we were into manufacturing of biscuits and exports of a lot of F&B products, right? One of the mistakes that I always did was I assumed that I was growing the business. I did not give the credit to my father, because say my father was doing X crores of business or X number of business. I made it to X square or X to the power of 3 or 4. But I always felt that it was me who was doing the entire thing. But I forgot the fact that the fundamental base of the business has been laid by my father. I was only growing on top of it. Like it's like laying down the foundation of an apartment and then adding 2 more extra floors on top of it. That 2 extra floors started to hit my head. I thought that I was doing amazing work there. But for every successful entrepreneur to grow, the fundamental base of a business is very, very important. Whether you're joining your dad's, your mother's business, your family business, or whether you're starting something of your own, the fundamental is very, very important. And apart from that, this thing what happened, I'll go a little in detail, is, based on that proud thought that I am building the business, I started something of my own, and unfortunately I crashed onto it. I literally burned a lot of money, made huge losses, and that is when I realized that it was not me who was building my business, but rather my father's business was getting built, and I was just contributing to it. So I've learned a lot of mistakes. One of the most important business ideas that I've learned is, do not scale up too fast. If you try and scale up too fast, the chances of you shaking across your path and crashing down is much more going to be higher. Probably look for a small growth, slow growth, but a strong growth. That is very important.
So, well, that is something that we all have to learn, to never scale as fast as possible, slow down, and also take your time. So now, sir, let's talk about Skippy. So how did the idea of Skippy come into your head? How did you plan on commoditizing a market, a multi-million-dollar market in the West, and how did you come up with the idea, and how did you do that?
Firstly, correction, it's a multi-billion-dollar market out there, not a million. So see, how many of you guys want to be an entrepreneur going forward? You have got some ideas that you're already thinking through, right? Awesome. So see, the good trait of an entrepreneur is that you will always keep looking for ideas. You will walk across the street and you will be like, hey, why don't I create this kind of an app? Why don't I create this kind of a tech product and stuff like that, right? Similar thing with me. I was living in Australia. I wanted to come back for personal reasons back to India. And like I said, I never enjoyed working for somebody else. Though I was working for somebody else in Australia, that's a different story. I wanted to come back and I was thinking of good ideas, you know. I actually came across a lot of other ideas which were very profitable, very money-making kind of an idea. But a kick dorkaled naku. I didn't get that kick. And I wanted to have that kick. Excitement undali. Emana cheste, we have to be very, very excited about what we do. And I was sitting there like, you know, thinking about ideas, and I'm sitting here in my living room. My sister, who had come down to live with us in Australia with her kids for summer, she started to pack some local ice popsicles in a suitcase. And I'm like, Didi, why are you even packing this? I'm sure you've got a lot of brands in India. And then she turns around and said, not even a single brand, Ravi, that I can trust for my kids. And as an entrepreneur, that is the opportunity which whispers in your ears. Sometimes the opportunity is sitting right next to you guys, but you guys are getting blinded. You want to have something better and better and bigger. In my case, that simple statement of my sister turned the entire story for me, and I started to think, it's such a simple product, it's such a wantable product, why is not somebody making it in a country like India? And I started to do my research, only to realize that a country like Australia, which is not so hot as India, UK, which is colder than India, summer in UK is about, I think, 18, 22 degrees, something like that. And then you've got Canada, US, which are having $1 billion ice popsicle industry, and a country with 1.4 billion people in India, hottest and humid, nobody wanted to do it. So somehow people ignored that idea, or it never occurred to them. And as an entrepreneur, this was the kick I wanted. This was the excitement I wanted. I jumped straight into it. And eventually Skippy was born. We started with a lot of ideas through what flavors we should get into, what are the pain points, what are the solutions that I can offer. And that is how step by step the conceptualization of Skippy happened in Australia itself. We moved back to India, and then that's how Skippy started.
Well, that's amazing. So I have a bit of a lengthy question, so I'm using my paper to read it out. How was the learning experience while building Skippy? From working in an Australian company to learning about FSS AI regulations and understanding the business of packaged foods, what kind of research did you do? And how did it feel to relive the student days of, you know, studying a huge market and then coming up with research and everything?
The most important point I'd like to say here is, I know a lot of people say it is good to be jack of all, but unfortunately for an entrepreneur, it is a king of one industry that matters the most. You cannot be a great chemist and then look at doing an MBA, then look at doing chartered accountancy, and then trying to figure out what in the hell do you want to do in your life. It doesn't work that way. Because if you have got into a segment which you love, of course, if you don't love a segment, please shift on to something that you love. But if you've got into something which you love, you need to give your 5, 10, 20 years of life in the same industry, in the same format. That is where you will get appreciated in the market. Imagine if I had 5 years of experience doing chartered accountancy with numbers, 5 years of experience where I was working for a construction company, and then 5 years of work of some other advocate or something. People would have thought me to be crazy. But the consistency, what we did was, I have got 17, 18 years of experience in the F&B space itself. Anuja, my co-founder, and my wife, she has got another 14 years of experience in the F&B space itself. So we have built our complete understanding and expertise in a particular industry. Today, if somebody comes and tells me, Ravi, can you build a fintech startup? I will tell you I'll be the biggest disaster in that, because that's not my expertise. I love the F&B space. I've built myself on the F&B space, and that is why I could understand how to develop this category. So coming to your question, yes, this is how I think I realized that what are the standards of FSSI, or what are the basic standards, what are the pain points in the industry that I need to answer. So just to give a little depth understanding, when I was sitting in Australia, even before coming back to India, I knew that, first of all, India, if I start selling Skippy in a frozen format, I will never succeed. because logistics in a cold storage is very expensive in India, very, very complex. So that was my first pain point that I had written down on a paper. Second, I have said very clearly that, okay, in case if somebody is biting on the ice pops, it should not be as hard as an ice cube, because then it will start hurting your teeth and the entire experience of enjoying Skippy will fade away. So that was my second point, that when consumers buy the ice pops and they bite on it, it should be soft and crunchy. Then the third point, I was observing that India had evolved into a consumer state which believes in natural, organic, healthy supplements and stuff like that. So that was our third pain point that we had written down, that it should not be anything synthetic or artificial which people are hesitant to consume. So that is what we met down. And then we talked about branding, because people love packaging and branding these days. So that is the fourth point. So this is how your 15 years of experience and expertise in particular domain will help you. If you are a tech geek and if you believe that you are great at technology, stick to it if you love it. And you will realize that in the next 10 to 15 years, your value in the market will go exponentially high. You will see that if you're getting into an entrepreneurship, you will be able to find solutions like this, because you know what the problems are in the first place. So that's how I focus on being. In a personal life, I want to play all the sports, right? I'm not good in any sport. I'm good in average in all the sports. But when it comes to professional life, I wanted to stick to just one domain all the time.
What Sir said is very profound. And also this is what, Sam Altman, the CEO of OpenAI, and Mr. Naval Ravikant also says. You have to play long-term games so that, you can adapt and be better at what they do. So I have one more question that I wanted to ask you, sir. So can you tell us about any key business decisions that you have taken while building Skippy? Also, can you tell us how did you come up with those decisions? Did you use any mental models, or did you have anything in your head while you were going through the decision?
As a startup, one thing we all will always have common, we will never have funds. Let's agree to that, right? Father nunchi, mother nunchi oppu teeskoni, we have started something, and we'll always have that pain in our heart that we have to return back those funds. So funds has always been a problem there. But in terms of what I have learned, is that what your question is, right?
Exactly.
I think the first and the fundamental important thing, guys, whoever is starting off, please understand one thing. Do not start a startup with the hope of getting an investment. This is very, very, very important. Guys, please come out of the myth that investment is standing outside the door for you. You will go there and you will get it. You will not get it. 97% of the people who get into startups will never get funded. That is the statistics I'm talking about, okay? If you look at India, there are tens and thousands of startups coming every year. Today, Startup India, the website has got 87,000 startups registered. Let's understand that not 87,000 of them are getting funded. So first of all, the myth that investment is right next to you is a myth. Do not start a business because you are assuming investments will come to you. It will not. I have been to a lot of colleges where students believe that I've got an idea, I'll work on it and investment to mil jayega. Nahi milega, boss. It is one in hundreds of people who will get investment. Second important thing is whatever business you are getting into, like I said, think from a family business point of view. Get your fundamental process and procedures right. Think about profitability on day one, not after day 100. Because profitability is only what is going to make you sustainable for a longer time. Look at all these big brands. I don't want to name them today over here on this platform. But the guys who were hero back then now are struggling to survive. You would have heard tens and hundreds of startups who have already closed doors because they were not even profitable. They couldn't sustain their own growth. एक चीज I want to say this in Hindi, investor का पैसा business बढ़ाने के लिए चाहिए, business चलाने के लिए नहीं. You understand the difference? Business बढ़ाने, for a growth you need an investment which is understandable. But business चलाने के लिए यार आज मुझे salaries देना है, आज मुझे rent देना है, आज मुझे वो देना है, उसके लिए investment कभी raise नहीं करते. So guys, this is very two important learnings. I would say today, in today's scenario, they call it as a funding winter. We all have heard this term, right? Today, only those businesses are getting funded which are profitable. Investors are running towards them कि यार आप profitable हो, I want to invest in you. And these profitable businesses have the nice, time today to decide which investors they should pick money from. So if you guys are profitable, if you are making 1 lakh rupees profit, 5 lakh rupees profits doesn't matter, but profitability will give you a long run. In that run, if you believe that now it is a time for you to scale pan-India, pan-global level, that is the time you should reach out to an investor, and every investor will be interested in funding you because they know the fact that irrespective whether I give him funds or not, this bugger is going to make his business $1 million business. That's very important.
That's an excellent answer, sir. So looking ahead, where do you see Skippy going 5 years or 10 years down the lane? This is a very interview kind of question. Where do you see yourself in 10 years down the lane? But then yeah, 5 years or 10 years down the lane.
Look, I think the way we have positioned ourselves, first of all, guys, how many of you have seen Shark Tank India, or how many of you have seen us on that? Good, right? I had made a very clear statement even on television that we are not a health brand. I'm not going to be selling a popsicle to you and say, have this popsicle and you will grow 2-inch taller, or you will not have diabetes, or you will not have this and that, right? I have positioned myself very clearly that we are a fun brand. People want fun in life today. After COVID, hundreds of F&B brands started all talking about health, and unfortunately 95% of them are so horrible to taste that after a bite I cannot have the second bite. Do you guys agree with me or not? Yeah? So we positioned ourselves very clearly that we are a fun brand, and we've started to add to the fun story by adding more and more products. And we are an offline brand, which makes us more sustainable. Today, all the D2C, online only, yo-yo kind of a brands are struggling because they are not profitable. D2C, it's very difficult to be profitable. We are offline brand, and the way we have grown today, so pre-Shark Tank, we were a team of 14 people. Today, we are close to about 280 to 300 people across India. We were in about 700-800 or 1,000 plus stores pre-Shark Tank. We are in 22,000 stores today. We are doing more than 7,000-8,000 pin codes through Zepto and Swiggy as well. So I think the structure is perfectly aligned. If you ask me what in the next 5 to 10 years, I cannot say what is happening in the next 10 years, but at least in the next 3 to 5 years, I think we will be a 1,000 crore plus brand in terms of our revenues, which is very much possible because our fundamentals are right, our team is aligned, everybody understands that the space that where we are playing is a very, very unique category that we are trying to develop. And 20 rupees कौन खर्च नहीं करता यार आज today if somebody wants to have an ice popsicle, he will not think कि 20 रुपए के लिए मैं loan लूँ या क्या करूँ. He'll bring out 20 rupees and have it instantly. So I know that the entire India, 1.4 billion people are my customers today. Uttar Pradesh, if I take Uttar Pradesh, 22 crore population, 2-3 European countries समा जाएंगे उसमें, right? So I am very confident. 4 to 5 years that is the number we are aiming at, probably 1,000 crore.
Whoa.
Thank you.
So thank you for bringing up Shark Tank, sir, because that was my next question. So scoring investments from all the 5 sharks, it's obviously an incredible feat. So could you share your initial expectations from Shark Tank, and what do you think convinced all the 5 sharks to invest in you?
Firstly, my disclaimer, okay? Shark Tank is not scripted. Before you guys have that thought, because I know a lot of people would be thinking, yaar, ye to scripted hai, ye to dialogues diye gaye hai, falana. Absolutely not. In fact, we were in the season 1, right? At least season 2 and season 3 guys know who the sharks are. In my case, I mean, we were there for 3 days. 1 day was quarantine because it was the COVID time during then. And then 2 days we had rehearsals, and the 3rd day we had the shoot. So we didn't even know who the sharks were. Somebody said, Anupam Mittal, and then I had to Google who is Anupam Mittal. I did not know, honestly. Until we got onto the set, we did not know who the sharks were. So the entire experience of being on Shark Tank was extraordinarily good because it was very nervousing because we were extremely nervous. Why? Because 2 days of our shoot, when the other startups went for pitching, none of them, like 8 startups went inside a day earlier. None of them got funded. Then on our day, 6 startups went to the pitch. None of them got funding. And we were like so nervous कि यार इतने बड़े startups है, कोई solar में है, कोई tech में है, कोई इसमें, हम तो साला popsicle बेच रहे, कौन ले देगा investment? That was the kind of attitude we had. And we were nervous that we probably won't get any funding. So we went onto the set, and Anuja and I clearly decided, yaar, we'll just give it a best shot. And अगर TV पे आ जाते हैं तो imagine startup को इससे ज़्यादा क्या चाहिए? That 15 minutes on Sony prime time is worth 8 crore rupees, nothing more or nothing less. So how many of us can actually spend 8 crores? None of us, right? Probably as a startup. So we thought कि funding मिले ना मिले भैया TV पे आना चाहिए. That was the clear agenda. And when we went inside, our pitch was perfect. We were trying to hold on to our Hyderabadi Hindi. वरना उनको नक्को इनको बोले तो it would have sounded very funny on television again. So we did our pitch and we immediately saw that there was some excitement, and this is one thing which I always do. I bribe people with popsicles. So if you see, immediately after the pitch I said, Sharks, क्या आप हमारे ice popsicle try करना चाहेंगे? And I we passed on the ice popsicles to everyone. Skippy and Ashneer started to enjoy, Namita enjoyed, and blah blah. And from every corner, from the Sharks, we started to hear good things about the ice pops. Oh, I love it. And that gave us a confidence. I'm like, oh my God, thank God nobody shouted at us, say कि ये क्या कचरा बना दिया and all that. And after that, the important thing which is an entrepreneur we need to understand, not just on Shark Tank, but even for a venture capitalist pitch, or if you're pitching to investors will look for a question, one question to corner you. They might talk about your GMV, they might talk about your acquisition cost, they might talk about your way to profitability, any question. Or they might even talk about your personal failure in the past, and they'll corner you. If you get cornered, that is where they'll keep banging you onto, and that will go downside for you in the entire pitch. You got to be prepared for your pitch thoroughly. If you, of course, our pitch on Shark Tank was given only 15 minutes to be aired, but we were there inside 45 minutes. There were startups which were there inside for 1.5 hours also. So there's a lot of grilling inside. And that would happen with any pitching. So you need to know your numbers in and out. You need to know your math. You need to know your business process perfectly. And I think we knew that perfectly. And that is why right from Ashneer to all the way to Aman and everybody loved it. And I thought that everybody is looking excited to invest. And I am a startup who's selling popsicles here. I need to do something extraordinary here. And I suddenly got an idea that why don't I become the first startup to have all the 5 sharks investing. And if you see my video, you'll see there that I am suggesting to Aman, aap sabhi kyun nahi aa jate? And Aman was like, yeah, that's a good idea. And that is how I got everybody on board, and it created the maximum buzz a startup could get across India.
That's an extremely smart way to do that. 5 sharks, 1 go, full marketing.
Absolutely. Free of cost.
Free of cost. And I have this doubt specifically. They give, 1 crore for 1% equity and something like that. And then do they actually give you a lot of time to go out, sit down, discuss, call up your people, do the math and then come back? Or
I hope you're not recording this. Just kidding. So look, it's basically that it's a win-win situation for both of the investors and the investee. When you are working hard in growing your brand, obviously the sharks would also want to associate with you, because they would also feel pride and pride that I have mentored this brand and they are growing XYZ. At the same time, we are happy that they are connecting with us, and we feel privileged about it as well. But sharks are very straightforward and clear that they will give time and efforts to those young startups who have just probably passed out of college, who needs a little more of hand-holding. And like I said, Anuja and I have come with 30 years of experience ourselves. So in a very casual, candid way, Anupam had told me, Ravi, हमने Skippy के बारे में सोचना छोड़ दिया है, because I think you guys are doing what doing good enough, and you know what you're doing. So rather we will spend our time with those guys who are needed more. But again, everybody is in touch with me. In fact, last week itself, I had a call with a few of the sharks. They keep checking with us whether we need any help or not. If not them directly, their team will get in touch with us. So it's a great exercise for us in terms of mentoring as well. There are a lot of times when you hit a roadblock, you're hitting a wall and you do not know whether I should do this or I should do that. And that is why probably I would reach out to any one of the sharks. I remember going down to Piyush's house, Ashneer's house, Anupam's office. I've been to Vinita's, Namita's office, everybody's places, right? Aman's office. Everybody has a different persona, different way of approaching a startup issue. And they give their strategic thoughts to us. And obviously as an entrepreneur, it is us who has to decide what idea to pick, or probably scrap up all of them and do what you want to do. But they've been pretty helpful, I would say.
Oh, so you went down to Ashneer's house.
Absolutely.
Is there that 5 crore big gold table that everybody said conspired about?
I think that's a good PR that happened around it, but I don't think that's the case.
Okay. So, you had 5 sharks investing in you. So, did you face any pressure? Because, there are 5 huge sharks investing in you. And, did you face any pressure? And also, was there any one piece of advice that any shark gave you that, that stood out for you?
Not really that I was any kind of a pressure. I'll be very honest, Sharks has been very kind to let us do our business the way we want to do it. Of course, they have complete right and obligation towards us to give us a good advice. Whether the advice fits into our business strategy or not, that is something that I need to decide. But they have been very, very supportive to us. And one of the good advices that Piyush has also had given me during one of my visits to him, this is something that even you guys should understand, that there are going to be competitions everywhere, okay? Probably tomorrow Skippy will not be the only brand making ice popsicles. There are going to be 4 or 5 of them. There is a Google Pay, so there is a Phone Pay, then there is a Bharat Pay, then there is everything extra pays, right? There is not one single brand which is ruling India. So the only differentiator, and this is what Piyush told me, the differentiator between you and the other brand is going to be your team. The team which you are working on, how you receive a customer, how you deploy your marketing stunt, how you talk to your channel partners, and how you promote yourself, everything depends on a team. So focus on building a team, and obviously the success will become much more easier, because the other startups who get into the similar space may not have a good team. They may not reciprocate the same way that your team is doing. Every inch, if you see about Skippy, the way my marketing team has done branding, whether it is the box, it is the bike, EV bike that we have launched, or even the presentation across events, we focus a lot about how the brand is presented and positioned. So that is the outcome of a team. So I have always tried to be a very team-centric person, trying to give all the credits to my team, and I think that is a very important thing, statement, that the team will differentiate you from your competitors.
This is something that all of us should remember, guys, because as we grow up, we make startups, and then a team is extremely important. Have like 5 to 6 very close people with you. So, sir, given your involvement with startup investments, and I'm sure you have invested in a few companies, so what do you look for in the founder while you're investing? So what key qualities define, the founder?
I think first of all, I like to find a founder who's very grounded. There are a lot of founders who will say, I can do this also, I can do that also, I can do the entire world, I can do blah, blah, blah. No investor would want to have an unrealistic founder. Founders need to be very grounded and be very straightforward in the saying that what he or she can do, what he or she cannot do. It's always good to be very transparent on that fact. Secondly, there are a lot of startups who start at a particular service or a product, but then they, in the initial days itself, try to do too many things there. They will add this feature, they will add that product, they will add this and that. I don't think that is a good approach. First thing, get your basics right. Grow your building, your platform or your business to X level. And then once you start making good revenue, you become a little sustainable, then you try to add more features onto it. So I try to talk to a lot of founders to tell them and guide them that, don't jump into too many things on day one. I mean, when I launched ice popsicles, I did not launch the corn sticks and the cream roll and blah, blah, blah all together. First, we took at least 2 years of time to get stabilized with the ice popsicle business. Now we have started to add other products, right? So that is the right way to go. So I look at founders who are pretty grounded. Second, people who are not trying to do too many things, because too many things will spoil the entire broth itself. I would rather want you guys to focus on few good things or 1 or 2 things only, build a business and then add on top of that. And a founder who has a little bit of either education background or an experience in the same domain. Like I said, tomorrow if I go and start a fintech company, no investor will fund me because they know I know zero about fintech, right? But if I again start up a second venture in F&B space, I'm sure everybody will come and invest into me. So that domain expertise or education background. If you're an engineer and if you want to start a tech platform, I'm sure a lot of investors would be interested to fund you guys. But like I said, if you're completely off the domain, it might be hard for me to believe that you can actually survive in that space. So these three trends is basically what I see. And whether you're making profit immediately doesn't matter. I understand that sometimes startups take a longer time to make profit, but at least you should have a clear clarity that पैसा आना कहाँ से, right? If you tell me नहीं sir आप पैसे दो तो पैसे नहीं आने वाले, nobody gives you money then. That's it.
So, one last question before I end.
Yeah.
So, if you were given a time machine and you were asked to go back to your 21-year-old self, what advice will you give to your own 21-year-old self?
Wow. I hope one of you guys are building that time machine. Look, I've made a lot of mistakes in my past. I wish as a young guy I wouldn't have made that mistakes. I don't know. Like I was telling you, in my father's business, I had the audacity to think that I was building or growing his business, but rather it was his business who was supporting my growth. After that, what happened, and I just want to cover this as a part of my failure story, because every entrepreneur has a failure story. After I came out of my father's business, I started a tech business. So this is a very good example because of what all I have said in the last few minutes. I have no background in technology. Okay, I started a platform called Dial Me Guru, which was on a very similar base of Just Dial, which it is today. People used to call us up or go to our website, get the information, and my merchants would give me commissions on that. So I started that portal again, of course, with the audacity to think that I know everything, and built on this and scaled up like mad. Matlab, I would say that in the start, 0 day to 100th day, you went from 0 employees to 300 employees straight away. And bang, 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 it went on. And unfortunately, the fundamentals were not right, and my business came crashing down. 1.3 crores gone in thin air. All the debt, all my father's money that I had taken up came onto my neck. And it turned out to be such a painful journey for me that my pride, my ego, my attitude, everything went down the drain. And I feel regretted today that I should have been a little more stable, matured enough to understand how to run a business. So I think if I had a chance to go back, I would correct those mistakes, learn a little more of myself before actually jumping down and expanding businesses too fast. And after that, that is why I took a break, went down to Australia for 7 years, worked for good employees there, learned a lot of skills, came back and then started to deploy it in Skippy today. So there are a lot of these mistakes which I regret all the time, but everybody should understand every entrepreneur is most likely to make mistakes. I'm not saying everybody will and must make mistakes, but most likely you guys are going to make mistakes. It is important that, and when you make these mistakes, Reddy garu, Abbai, Chudu, Yemaitundi, what is he doing? Sorry about my Telugu. But Gupta ji ka
STPI has a not-for-profit sister organization called STPI Next, and STPI Next is responsible for innovation, for creating innovation hubs all over country. So there are about 14-15 such similar centers of entrepreneurships in Hyderabad, in Chennai, in Pune, in Bhubaneswar, in Delhi, and a lot of other places. There are actually 8 separate COEs in the Northeast itself. Each center of entrepreneurship has a specific focus area on industries that it wants to grow. So for example, ours is one that grows AVGC, AI, and computer vision. There is one in Vizag that is promoting Industry 4.0. The ones in Pune is promoting mobility. The ones in Chennai are promoting fintech. So each COE has multiple use cases, different industries, different focus areas where these are happening. To our understanding, Image is the only COE within the STPI Next circle of COEs where computer vision is being encouraged. There are a couple of things to note about this. One is one of the reasons why it was decided that Image COE will support computer vision companies is because we have a very close academic tie-up with the International Institute of Information Technology, IIIT Hyderabad. And IIIT Hyderabad is actually one academic institute that is considered to be the best in computer vision research anywhere in India. Now, because of their support, we were actually able to get in a few computer vision companies, and IIIT Hyderabad has been very kind enough to provide consistent mentorship, including technical and R&D mentorship to many of our startups. They have held a very important role in recognizing computer vision as an emerging technology and helping us to promote that. The second thing in mind that we should keep is that computer vision is not, it's a very highly technical subject. It requires a lot of technical resources in terms of implementation. It requires a lot of technical expertise in terms of usage. Therefore, our inflow of computer vision startups generally is not very high. We generally get around 3 to 4 startups every cohort. So far we have helped approximately around 10 startups in the computer vision domain also. AI stands for obviously artificial intelligence. It is the most upcoming sector in emerging technology, not just in Hyderabad and Telangana, but essentially in entire India. What AI does is makes models that bring in a degree of efficiency and intelligence into machine. So instead of the age-old, the 90s and the 2000s were the age of automation, where the same process can be taught to a computer to do it repeatedly again and again and again. However, AI can bring in a level of efficiency where a computer can, to a certain degree, whether it's a computer or whether it is a mobile device, to a certain degree, it can learn by seeing the patterns of what previous work it is doing and enhances optimization. So we have a couple of companies that are doing a great work in artificial intelligence. We have companies that are working for AI safety. We have companies that are using AI in very innovative ways in electric mobility, in sports tech, etc. So we are very bullish about the potential of AI. If you would remember, just a couple of months ago, our government in Lok Sabha has passed the data protection bill, and we foresee that AI is going to play a very significant part in ensuring that that our industries can innovate as quickly as possible to ensure that general social good is happening. So we see AI as a very critical part of that. Computer vision is a sort of it's a side track to artificial intelligence, where artificial intelligence is used through vision. So essentially through your cameras, through phones, through the cameras in your phones devices to detect objects and then use those objects in an intelligent way using artificial intelligence. That is what computer vision does. So we actually have companies that are doing some very, very cool stuff in computer vision also. We have companies that are helping people train to play sports like cricket and badminton better using computer vision. We have companies that are developing products that can take a kind of a mini MRI of your brain just by using a handheld device. So those are the kind of use cases that computer vision has.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
At the Image Sui demo day.
At Yara, we are building AI tools. It's more like Alexa, but for a business and with a real face. So we are building an engaging user platform where you can create a team or collaboration between your team member. Becomes very easy through the AI capabilities. So we have a speech-to-text board where you can, your wish is my command. It's kind of Aladdin ka chirag, when you say something and it executes it. So it's amazing. And, with Yara, we have the vision that, there will be virtual employees in future, right? So we are in our roadmap, right now we have virtual project manager. In future, we will have the virtual teacher, which will take care of teaching job in the tribal areas where, a lot of teachers don't want to go. Similarly, we will have the virtual salesman where if there is a physical store and you shut it down on 8 p.m. you will have a virtual salesman doing your job even after your shop is closed.
How easy or uphill task is being an entrepreneur, and especially an early stage entrepreneur?
So being an entrepreneur and early stage startup, I would say, I think, the financial part is the biggest challenge for most of the startup, which is where Image COE is doing hand holding. So I must congratulate them for doing this upheaval task. And secondly, I think, if I have to advise, the government and, the agencies who is working in this segment, they should have some sort of marketplace where all the startup can list out their products so that, people like Amazon, they have a very good scale of economy advantage, or they have the deep pockets, but the startups, they don't have that much money to market and sell their product. So maybe some sort of platform where people can put up their offering and at a discounted rate. That would be great to have.
Right. Thank you. And just one quick question: what makes a perfect pitch?
I think it's you need to have a closely knitted story back with the financial data. So at the end of the day, investors are there to make money. So if you can help them visualize that they can make money by investing in your startup, I think that would help them.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
How was the demo day pitch today?
Yeah, it was wonderful. Especially, I like the point that there are multiple VCs who had come to understand our startup, and it was definitely encouraging. They were trying to understand the challenges that we have, and it was encouraging. Well, fingers crossed till we get the report from them.
Right. How has been the entire cohort of STPI, the COE?
I have liked it personally. One of the fundamental things that I've liked it like this, probably this is the way it is going on after COVID, but again, I liked it because there was a chance that we staying remotely from Bangalore could attend all the sessions as if we are there in person in Hyderabad. That was the best part of it. And the second important point is it was not just the AI companies. I own an AI company. It is also the gaming companies where innovation is there. So I liked it. Generally, when you talk about innovation, it is only one type of companies, right? Either AI company cohort or maybe IoT company cohort. But here I see both the gaming and AI companies. And the people, the team over here was also very supportive. They were proactive in letting us know that different types of conferences. They were also trying to proactively. They were trying to collaborate with the international cohorts. Like recently, a Russian cohort. They wanted us to be part of it, and I think that is very encouraging for startups.
Any suggestions to other founders in terms of pitching or in terms of incubation centers?
Other founders, I think they have to also apply for image COE if they are in the AI front or the gaming front. And about VC funding, I don't think I'm in the right position to suggest them till I get VC funding from companies. So
Fingers crossed.
fingers crossed, yes.
Thank you for talking to my startup team.
Thank you. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
How did your demo get today?
I think our demo day was good. So we had direct interactions with the investors. So what we are building is basically we are building an esports platform, and that helps other players to find other teams, players, tournaments, and also for the tournament organizers to organize tournaments in an automated system.
How did the pitch go and what makes for a perfect pitch?
I think in terms of perfect pitch, it needs to be authenticity. That is what I mostly feel, because you can't just craft a story artificially. So it's more about also your journey, how you have thought this through, why you wanted to do this. And if you can tell the story in a very authentic way, in which that also connects with a lot of, that will help and, has a mass audience problem. So I think that will automatically get your investors, attention.
Stay with me. Dhaval, please come forward. I would also, Dhaval, in terms of incubation centers, which city or which incubation center, what kind of incubation centers do startup founders really look forward to?
I think Hyderabad. Yeah, I think Hyderabad has a very good start. I mean, as STPI, image COE, then we have T Hub in Hyderabad. I think second would be the Bangalore, where they have a very good tech startup scene, and obviously there are a lot of active investors. So, after Hyderabad, I would say Bangalore. And probably then, we will have upcoming, smaller cities like Ahmedabad. They also have a good startup scene over there, and there are a lot of financial MNCs coming up. So, it's a very good place to be in as well.
Thank you so much for talking to MyStartup TV. What's your take on on this particular question in terms of which cities make the best startup and what kind of ecosystem are you looking at for startups?
So I think you can't say as best. You can say Bangalore has the head start, because you can say the Silicon Valley of India. So, but I think Delhi has good opportunities. Mumbai has good opportunities. Now Pune, Hyderabad, a lot of cities are coming up. And a lot of government initiatives have been also there. And the incubation centers was, something that was not looked, before. So now there are a lot of incubations that are coming up that are actually good and help startups to solve the early stage problems which usually startups face and that kill those startups. So incubation centers have a big responsibility also in that front to get the right tools for entrepreneurs to get a success.
And a quick word on the uphill battle that's entrepreneurship and foundership kind of thing.
Yeah, so it'll be always up and down. So it's not always the same. You always have, they say you always have the startup also ecosystem is like that. You have a plan, I'm going to go out in the market and we're going to launch and we're going to do this and crazy people will come. But once you launch, before even launch. Once you start developing, you're going to face a lot of problems. Some things don't work, some policies have changed. For every startup, it's very different. But it's not always a straight road. Most of the times you'll have to, curve through a mountain or dig a tunnel, different ways to get through the end road.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv. To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Hello and welcome to My Startup TV. I am at Image COE Startup Demo Day. What happened in the rooms on the other side?
Which is an edtech startup that's developing digital tools to enhance self-image as well as communication skills amongst our users. So Image COE has played a real pivotal role in our startup's journey. We were lucky to be a part of the third cohort. And during this 6-month engagement with them, we have evolved as an organization. We've been given the requisite frameworks which are needed, to put our startup on the path to success. Today's demo day was an opportunity for us to showcase, all our learnings into a demonstratable product. And also look at winning interest from potential investors.
Do you have, as a startup founder, do you have any suggestions for people who want to join a particular incubator, probably the way they can pitch?
An incubator really plays a pivotal role, in a startup's journey. It's beyond just offering, physical spaces, for the startup team members to work, but more than anything, I think the mentorship which is offered, also backed by, some sort of financial support, especially for early stage companies, this actually becomes the oxygen that will actually propel them to greater growth.
People who really want to master that skill.
Well, it all boils down to storytelling. Are you an effective raconteur? Are you someone who can engage an audience? Right? Are you able to, tell a story in a real, compelling manner? Are you able to influence, the stakeholders, to, swing their opinion, their thoughts, in favor of your organization? Right? So make a compelling story. Make it exciting, be a cut above the rest, be a little unconventional. That is what I would suggest.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
This is Karan here, co-founder of Draper Startup House India. For Draper Startup House, this day today has been a very, very transformative day. This is the biggest and the largest property for Draper across the 20 countries that we exist. It's the largest co-working and co-living. We are around 108 beds with 250 working seats. What does that mean for Telangana? That means we are creating a community for entrepreneurs to live and also work together. We inspire entrepreneurs, we connect them, we enable them. And how do we do that? By doing workshops, panel discussions, and hackathons, and collaborating networking opportunities for people to come together. So what will happen here today is great for Telangana. Why? Also is because the government also enables us. Government is helping us to do these kind of exploratory community living spaces. So at Draper Startup House, we believe collaboration is the only way to grow together. Today has been like a, I would say, transformation for what Draper stood to, like in 2020. We were just 5 properties. Today, 20 plus, and we are still growing. We want to go with the India growth of economy, which is going big, and this is the decade for India. Another 20 years, I would say, is going to be a lot of growth. India is growing, startups are growing, and at Draper Startup House, we see that happening too. And we are looking at least 10 to 20 properties in coming 2 decades. And that's our vision. So we have been just in Bangalore, the Silicon Valley of India. Right now, we feel Hyderabad is kind of catching up. The infrastructure, the government support has been so immense. We felt it is a right place for us to be there and to enable this ecosystem for startups. So how are we doing that? We're getting like-minded entrepreneurs, startup founders, people who are inclusive in the startup ecosystem. To how are we doing it? We are making this co-living and a co-working concept cooler and to be very inclusive. And that way, we are enabling this ecosystem even more to help the government here in Hyderabad to actually create this impact for startups. So here, entrepreneurs can live, collaborate, connect, and also get inspired while they're living and realizing the dream of turning that idea to a business. So this property right now, where I'm sitting here, is the largest for the Draper Startup House across the 20 properties. So it's a big, big day for us. I'm so excited. I'm also excited for the India's growth and also excited for Telangana. And I'm there here, and you'll find me here to talk to entrepreneurs to make it happen. So we are open to start the Draper Startup House across India, north, south, east, west. We are doing that. So Hyderabad was the closest because the way the government support has been immense. So we are looking at Goa, we're looking at Kochi, we're looking at Chennai, we're looking at Pune, we're looking at Gurgaon, we're looking at Mumbai, and also in Odisha. So we are talking to stakeholders and decision makers who are passionate to grow these communities in their respective cities across India. I'll be happy to talk to them, see how we can grow this community in their respective places and respective cities. I'm more than happy. I'm reachable at Draper, and you can note down Karan at Draper Startup House. Be happy to answer those queries, calls, or just ping me. I'll be happy to take this discussion forward. That this way we can collaborate and grow.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Hello, my name is Vikram Bharati. I'm the founder and CEO of Draper Startup House, which is a global organization. We're based in more than 20 countries. We have a very, very big history of venture and building startup communities. But essentially, we exist to do 2 things. We are in the business of human capital development and economic development globally. And these 2 things are very much interconnected, and they are combined together. And the way we envision executing on these 2 things is that we have a very strong vision and mission, which is to help create 1 million new businesses in the world in our lifetime. And by doing so, these two things come together, and we execute on this by essentially doing three things. We build physical startup houses and startup communities around the world that brings everyone together. We invest in companies. And the third thing is education. The whole idea is to get people to upskill and learn new things. And so these three things help us to create more businesses around the world, which we feel is the way that we will contribute to making the world a better place, a more peaceful and prosperous place. Draper Startup House has been operating in India, in Bangalore for the last few years, and that model of the startup house has been very successful. And so now we realize that this is a model that we can grow in different parts of India and across all of India. So we chose Hyderabad as the next launch destination because A, we found a very good partner who wanted to do this, and because it was the right partner, we decided to do it here. And also, Hyderabad is the up-and-coming startup ecosystem or community in India, and I think the timing is right to put something like this in Hyderabad. But then our goal is to replicate this in 10, 15, 20 cities across India. But our first destination is Hyderabad. So we're very excited to be here, and we really hope that this place will be full of startups from all over India, actually all over the world, because we are located in all over the world, that they will come here and not only build their companies here, but also meet new talent, recruit new talent, etc. Our concept or our idea of investing is to be investing in the future. So we don't necessarily look at things that exist today, but we try to ask ourselves, what is the future? What is the innovation that will happen in the future that we can't even imagine today, but if it does come to fruition, it will change our lives. And this has, I think, been the case in every transformation in history. There's been new technologies that come that at the time people don't understand. It's sort of like when the internet came. People did not understand it, but it transformed our lives. And so we feel that the way we can kind of really move the needle is to be investing in things that are going to build the future. So we look for things that are very new, things that maybe are very misunderstood, things that you may take 3-4 takes to try to understand, and then once you do understand, it becomes so obvious. So those are generally the things that we look for. Now we're sector agnostic, but we're really looking for the new, original, fresh ideas that will help build the future. And we are early stage investors, so we write 100K, 150K checks. We're usually the first check in these types of companies.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Hi, I'm Vinuta, Chief Community Officer at Draper Startup House, Hyderabad. So today is the launch of the largest, not only Draper's largest, but the largest co-working, co-living community space in India and worldwide. We are celebrating launching a 108 capacity co-living facility and 150 capacity co-working facility. More than this, I think the community space that we have built and the community initiatives that we want to take is what is really exciting for us. So with the launch of Draper Startup House in Hyderabad, we are looking forward to bring engaging community to the already vibrant startup ecosystem in Hyderabad. We were very happy to have the who is who of the startup ecosystem, investors, mentors, startups, service providers, everybody as part of the event. We've been graced by 7 of the most distinguished personalities in the startup world to be there as our chief guests, who have inaugurated every part of our property, and they've really had a good time having a long stroll through the property. They were very impressed with what they have seen. The Hyderabad startup ecosystem has been home for me personally for over a decade now, and we have done a lot of things right. We have amazing government support. We have I think the most bonded startup ecosystem in the country. We have about 75 plus incubators, accelerators, who meet up on a regular monthly basis. And through Draper Startup House community, we want this place to be a space that everybody calls home. Like literally, we want it to be the house for the startup community. You drop in here for your social interactions. You want to just catch up with a couple of entrepreneur friends. You want to meet up with a mentor. You want to, engage in a creative activity which would probably help you in your startup journey. All that is going to happen here at this Draper Startup House.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
In today's age and time, people seek to be part of a community or communities they can identify with. Helping people find their connect is Emilio, a startup that seeks to transform cities into curated microcosm of open, hyper-local communities. It is helping expand social horizon through the power of food and AI. Hello and welcome to this episode of Founder Talk on MyStartuptv, a dedicated media channel for startups and entrepreneurs. I'm majorsunilshetty. Joining us is Shekhar Dikshit, who's the founder and CEO of Emilio. He is a former Big Four senior executive, a foodie, and whose company has declared among the Google top 3. Welcome, Shekhar. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Major Ji. So thank you for inviting me for this pleasantry talk. Thank you very much.
I'm very curious to, or intrigued to know what is the connection between food and AI.
Food and AI, I mean, see, the AI is all over us, right? It's dawning on us, and there's not if or when, and how are we adapting to the AI. And we feel like food is something that's been sustaining us for ages. And the power of AI can transform our experiences through personalization and by simplifying choices. There are great benefits that we can reap through AI, and that's what we'll be unleashing in the power of technology in a couple of months.
Food and AI, and then your tagline, how does that fit into each other, as in building communities with love of food, right? That's what your tagline is all about. So firstly, how far have you come on a scale of 1 to 10, and how are you integrating all these things together?
Certainly, I mean, I would say that we are probably at the number 6, right? Unleashing the power of community and food with AI and creating the surprise and happiness with many. But I would like to share a bit of a backdrop story on how we got motivated in the first place. So this starts around last year when I moved to Pune, right around July of last year. I live in a bustling township of 10,000 flats, and yet I realized that I know only 10 people in the community and entire 50 people in the city, vibrant city like Pune. And I was thinking for myself, like despite the social networks like Facebook, which have near become entertainments and engagement these days, or WhatsApp, which is completely closed communities, you can only join if somebody invites you. I'm not really able to explore my social horizon beyond what these networks are giving me, and they're hindering my exposure. And there's so much that city like Pune or Hyderabad has to offer for someone like me, and understand and meet up with people. And I said, what if we build hyper-local communities that is open for you to explore, saying what are the groups, and they are curated by your locale or different interests, and you're able to open to go and join those communities, meet up with some new set of people, what city has to offer. And what if you take that and glue it up with something that is as strong as food? For thousands of years, the communities were smaller, festivities were the way of life, and food has always been the conduit or
as a central part of it.
As a central part of it. So I said, while we are entertaining and building these communities, right, we wanted to foster and bring them together, create meaningful connection over food. And that's when we say that when two people meet, right, imagine those last 5 instances or encounters you had, food, drink or coffee has been part of that conversation. And that's why we wanted to bring that excitement of food in forming better communities, helping people and expand their social horizon. And when it comes to AI, and I would say food is something that is unique for each one. And one size fits all is not like t-shirt that food goes, and that's how most of the platforms as well as industries have evolved into saying mass marketing or buffet style approach. Whereas food is so much that is unique for each taste. So that is how through our platform we learn your taste behaviors, your preferences, your dietary restrictions, and make sure that each time you dine out, those things are taken not only in simplifying the choices that you get each time you go out, but also take those preferences and digitally send it to the kitchens through the power of partnership that we have done with POS.
So in today's world of Zomato and Swiggy, where does Emilio fit in?
I would respond that into three parts. See, one, when you talk about food, just some statistics I'll try to share. There are, the Indian market itself, there's 4 billion people out there. The more population increasing in food, and their spend on food is also increasing exponentially, right? That's one fact. The second, today the total Indian food spend as per NRAI is roughly around 4.78 lakh crore rupees, of which only 5% of that been put into a marketplace, still leaving so much of food that is digitized through paid through Paytm or POS, but not aggregated through marketplace. That's the second space. The third, our element, I just want to state the facts and then get into the differentiation. And third element is, when you look at food and eating out, or dining in, there's so many different ways of engagement we get in. Only delivery has been one part of the problem that's been solved, leaving the opportunity for us to solve many other ways of interacting with food that we have on a daily basis, and simplifying the journey and give you a better control, right? So these are statements of facts that I want to make sure we bring in. So from a differentiation perspective, I use a simple phrase. I would like to say that here. See, Swiggy and Swiggy and Zomato, with respectfully, they deliver food. For us, the tagline has been delivering happiness with food. I think that's where the first thing we bring into the equation is, helping you meet more people within your own cities and neighborhood, right? So that way, with food you have joy of not only meeting up with your own set of people you hang out with, but also possibly meet up with new set of people and continue to explore and have that joy and happiness with food, right? The second, part is really allowing you to have simplified choices. An example I would cite, if you are planning to go out for an anniversary with your wife, or a birthday for your kid, right? Rather than going out to the same old place and having the same old thing, there is an opportunity for us to create a curated experiences, which is what we have launched in Pune, and we are learning through experiments that is what is the need of the hour. That people are willing to spend money, but they are not having those experiences, and that is the second differentiation we bring to the market. First is social communion, spreading joy with food. Second is building and having experiences of eating out and having those elements. And third is our entire model has been built in such a way that we are able to create this value and happiness through the power of partnership and AI, right?
So when you say talk about partnership, could you elaborate upon that as to what kind of partnership are you building?
So a couple of examples I would like to bring in. So we are already live. Dunzo, which is one of the popular delivery partner, is we have done a pilot with them in Pune. So without putting our boots on the ground, we are able to deliver food and happiness to your own comfort of space of home or outside, right? So with this partnership, we are able to exactly do what anybody else did much better.
So yes, also your cost comes down there.
Certainly. Yeah. And the second partnership, we are partnered with some of the popular POS systems, which gives us access to the market scale of customers, but at the same time, all those personalization that we talked about through the power of AI and choices, we are able to take those instructions directly to the kitchen so that the people cook the food the way you wanted, and it becomes an experience of your own each time, right? That's the second set of partnership with POS, because they are better in that space, right? And the third one is the ONDC. I don't know if you've heard of ONDC, but that's the next biggest revolution or tide that's going to be seen or known by the industry from next year on. So what UPI did for wallets, if you know, the time before, each time you had to fill in wallet and Paytm, PhonePe, and there was no interoperability. So UPI solved that interoperability, and you see wider adoption across everybody here. Cash nahi mujhe UPI karo, right? So the same thing the ONDC is doing with the democratization of the e-commerce, right? And our philosophy from day one has always been use the right mind for the right purpose. That's how we wanted to use the leverage of Dunzo being the best delivery network, or maybe there are 100 others that we are able to use through ONDC and have the delivery catered at your convenience. Bring in restaurants of your choice rather than us going restaurant by restaurant trying to manage the supply. So through the power of partnership and the ONDC, we are able to bring any restaurant and make that choice available to you. And this is how we are leveraging partnership and the power of AI in bringing personalization and experience along with people.
What next for you? I mean, you have been, top 3 in Google. you got some funding from them. You want to talk about that a bit, and also you're also part of the India Startup Festival, the first edition, where you're among the top 10. So if you can just share about your experience there and what next for your startup.
So journey began with us winning the award of top 10 in ISF last year, right around the same time, and that was the biggest accolade. With that, despite the funding winter we all know about, we are blessed to have a good support of mentors and access to people. I think that's what I'm realizing more. Despite the 2 decades of corporate consulting and CXO experience, it is always about learning and having the right people around you to walk along the journey. And as an entrepreneur, that's my biggest learning I've taken from here. And through the ISF network, I've met a lot of great mentors. We have raised some funding through, ISF Angels as well as other angel groups in the early part of the year. And then that also paved the path to, get into the Google cohort. We have been fortunate to be top 30 in Asia Pacific and ANZ, which is an accolade that was given only to 3 companies in India. And we were one of them. And we also received a 200K in investment from Google. That's a sense of excitement. And from ever since, that propelled our trajectory. And now in the second edition of ISF, we volunteered, or we were part of the core group in organizing the event and so on. Because I'm a firm believer of, giving back in a way so that way it becomes more sustainable. Right? While I've received a blessing in mentorship disguise, and we're still on our journey of figuring out how to go to the next, we have volunteered and be part of the core organizing team of the ISF 23, which has seen tremendous success with 10,000 startups coming in, and definitely helping a couple of other founders and startups in a similar set of journey who were probably a year earlier. So it's been and part of that ISF. And certainly with Google, we've been blessed to not only get their support on technology, we have assigned mentors from them who are helping us day in and out. We're also getting access and access to their investment network. I mean, Google, right? It's all over the place, and certainly we feel very positive on, once we get it to from 6 to 7, which is going to happen within this year, it's going to unleash a completely new era that people have not seen, especially hyperlocal social networking, meeting more people to what city has to offer. It's going to disrupt 2 spaces. One is how food is taken in, not just as a commodity to consume, but as an experience to meet along with people. And the social networking, which has been sheer entertainment, it really creates some meaningful connections and forge some conversations over it.
And what next?
So next we have a couple of things on the plan, but I would like to share a few. One, despite us building the open network, which we are able to explore, curated based on the entire city getting transformed into microcosms, we are also looking to enable the power of food and AI onto existing communities rather than unrooting from them. For example, we'll be creating some options or exposing these options on top of existing WhatsApps and Telegrams, so that people who are conversing or communicating over those networks are able to use the choices and experiences that we built through our platform.
And ease of access, right?
Ease of access. I think that's the first point I keep bringing in, that today in the world, there are too many choices confusing us. Simplification choice is one of the biggest favor we can do for ourselves, right, through means of technology. And that is one thing that we'll be looking into. And second is certainly, while we feel the pain of, social, exposure being constricted in the urban cities, such pain exists not only just in India but also many other countries which are much more, the social fragmentation much more widespread. So we see this as an opportunity of building something great in India and taking it across to places, and to the US, Dubai, and I've lived there in places quite developed and sprawling countries. But when you look at social psyche or how people come together, it's a lot of opportunity for us to bring a platform like this and create that community and communion over food.
And food, having traveled myself a bit, in different parts of the world, food is a common language, right? People speak, they get together, they form community around food. So which is, makes a lot of sense in what you're doing. What has been the experience of your users or the people who use Emilio today?
Certainly, see, from the restaurant we are actually getting a lot of patronage. Today we have 50 restaurants. We have just limited to experiment with few, but we have another 250 lining up to be on board. So that shows us that we are doing something that they are loving or liking. And from a user perspective, so far what we have done and shown to the world is we can do things much better, 10x better than what our predecessors have been doing. And with the community angle coming up, and we see a lot of excitement, more importantly, because when we began this journey, we did an extensive interview with around 500 people of different age group, different strata, and see, hey, this is our concept. If I give you the opportunity of open networking within the cities. That's something exciting, and that's how we've learned through the experience and start building the product and the platform. Right. That's the one segue that we've seen that in Pune. But over and beyond, it just seems to be a very exciting time, in many facets. While we are getting out of the funding winter, things are looking spring on a different angle. The whole India is going through a big transformation with startups. I mean, all of us have known about it. I mean, there's nothing new that I'm sharing here, but I'm just, reiterating or preaching to the choir. So definitely we are at the right time and space, I believe, and we have got a right support in terms of investors and the mentors, and definitely we just need to cross the bridge. That's going to be happening within the next 3 to 6 months. And that creates a new avenue and opportunity for us to take it and spread it across.
Shekhar, thank you for being on our show, and we wish you all the very best, and you continue to build community with not just communities but community with the flavor, with the taste. Thank you.
No, absolutely. I think other than food, we definitely want to bring more things to the communities as we go in entertainment and content. But at this stage, the food being the strongest glue, we'll start off with it, giving something more and spread happiness with food. Food is our first motto.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Absolutely. It was a pleasure talking to you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Good evening, everyone. Respected Ayajaram Reddy Garu, MSR Garu, and Manisha Sabu, President ICIA, and my fellow managing committee members at ICIA, distinguished panelists, startup founders, investors, mentors. I welcome you all for the third ICIA Catalyst event, and you already heard Shanti telling you that as an organization, as an Apex IT organization, we represent more than 90% of Hyderabad IT and IT industry, both in terms of revenue and headcount. And having witnessed a phenomenal growth that is happening society at large, especially in the sustainability space, because sustainability is no longer under good to have category, it is under must to have category for many organizations. Having seen a transformational change happening in that sector, and also looking at various business opportunities that are emerging in ESG sector, ICIA has put its spotlight on ESG as one of the key focus areas. Apart from talent and transformation and skill development, ESG is one of the key focus areas for ICIA team for the term 2020 to 2024. As part of this initiative, what ICIA did was it has created a ESG forum, and ESG forum mostly consists of subject matter experts from the member companies, and we also have some independent private property consultant firms, representatives from independent property consultant firms, and then some consulting companies, NGOs, government. So what we did was, for the last 1.5 years, we have focused on uplifting 3 aspects in Hyderabad IT corridor. One is the green energy, the other one is e-waste management, and the third one is green mobility. And this forum members actively involved with Telangana government, Telangana State Electricity Regulatory Commission, and then we work with consulting firms such as PwC, E&Y, and we work, of course, with our member companies who are having large IT parks, tech parks, and small and medium scale companies. And we also work with startup ecosystem, such as we have got exclusive partnerships with T-Hub and educational institutions like IIIT Hyderabad, and trade bodies like Federation of Telangana Chambers of Commerce, right? And we also work with NGOs, and we also work with real estate companies here. So what we do is, overall, as our motive, we were working on uplifting the ESG posture of our member companies. We were trying to help them in embedding E, S, and G aspects in their business decision-making process and their organization culture. And we're bringing the ecosystem together so that they can look at sharing the best practices and also look at the future trends and opportunities. So we have been doing it actively. Apart from this, one of the main focus area for this ESG group, ICIA ESG group, is continuously deliberating on how would we upskill, how would we increase the scale of the ESG scale of, or ESG posture of the Hyderabad IT corridor as such. we know that Hyderabad is a popular IT destination for the larger MNCs across the world, and we wanted to ensure that it would continue to remain as an attractive IT destination, not just because of the existing IT ecosystem and the talent pool, but also because of the ESG attractiveness too. And that's what we are trying to work, and we have made good progress in that area. And looking at the Catalyst event and today's event, so as you heard that this is the third in the series. We first started with fintech and then life sciences, and the third one is ESG. So this is a testament to the fact that ICIA's continued efforts towards the sustainability area. And what we did was we reached out to all our member companies and asked them to share their focus areas and the areas of pain. Right, and then we collated all this information from them, and then we reached out to the startup ecosystem. And when we did this analysis, we have come up with we identified a few themes from our member companies, such as green energy and clean tech. We got waste management, both solid and e-waste. We got carbon footprint management. We got water management, and then we also have SDG mapping and reporting. So we reached out to the wider startup ecosystem, and we invited applications. I know there are many startup founders sitting here, and only 8 of them have been shortlisted for the panel discussions. So it is because we were looking at the interests of our member companies first. So, and then we try to understand what areas that they are focusing on, and that's the reason why some of you have been chosen to be to be one of the finalists and partake in the panel discussion. But we were so excited to see all the entries, and you guys are doing amazing work, and you are the companies which the world needs. And today, through this Catalyst event, we wanted to promote the collaboration, connections for all the startup founders with the industry, mentors, investors, and some exciting discussions are going to happen. You will hear good keynote speeches, panel discussions, right, and then some exciting announcements, agreements are going to unfold on this dais. So I wish you all the best, and I would want you to make the most use of this time and networking, and please stay back until the end of the event, participate in the networking dinner, and make the most out of this event. So thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
A. Ayodhya Ramireddy, founder of Ramki Group of Companies, our special invitee and keynote speaker for the evening. I have quite a few things written about him which are very specific to this group, and you will be interested in knowing that. Ramki Group, founded in 1994, is a pioneer in executing many public-private partnership projects with a vision. This will be interesting for you. With a vision of sustainable development in emerging global markets, including India. Under Ramki Enviro Engineers Limited, they provide comprehensive environment management services for commercial, industrial, and municipal customers. Listen to this. They offer a whole gamut of best-in-class services for waste management as hazardous, municipal, biomedical, and e-waste, recycling, wastewater, paper, plastic, and integrated waste. In addition, they also offer renewable energy consultancy and integrated environment services. So this must be making complete sense as to why we have him as our special guest today. He is currently a member of the Rajya Sabha. He's passionate. This will be very interesting for the startups. He's passionate about startup and entrepreneurial mentorship. So all that you have to do is just walk up to him and seek for that. And he offers this under the ARR group. As a keynote speaker, we'll get his insights on navigating the path to sustainable prosperity, ranging from green energy to carbon credits. Ayodhya garu.
I'm extremely happy to be here for this evening function. The program Catalyst, organized by HICIA, support from T-Hub, and all the invitees here are sitting here with a purpose to see, how all of us can be, most of us, how we can contribute to the growing economic situation, balancing the sustainability while we are growing economically. If you look at India for the last 75 years, we have grown. But if you look at, there were a lot of gaps in our growth. Globally also, similar situations. The time we have reached here for next 25 years for India and for the globe, I think the time has come. While the economics grow up, carbonomics have to come down. So that means there is a real opportunity for every stakeholder to look back and then see how they can improve the environment in the areas where they are working. As you all know, environment is God. All the 5 elements embedded in that. So when I look at myself starting this journey in 1994 to build sustainable solutions for the businesses or the life path which I have taken, everywhere I try to see sustainability as a key goal. United Nations has come out with their sustainable development goals, as you all aware, are most important from my point of view. I always kept on talking about those goals, which really brings us at a platform where each one of us has to, can really balance our businesses around that. Now, my experience I want to share, while I say how India has moving from a 4 trillion to 40 trillion in next 25 years, it is asking for a 10 lakh crores of investment only in the infrastructure space. If you look at that infrastructure around agriculture, manufacturing, services and the infrastructure, all these 4 areas combinedly, the infrastructure investment that is going to go is to that extent, almost 40 lakh crores of investment every year. In that, coming to the waste management space. Waste management in urban areas and industrial areas. If you look at the solutions around these two, has a major impact. The moment we talk of this building, the entire design, engineering, the products that are going to get in, the entire execution, the operation and maintenance. At every phase, there is a lot that we can save. Here, that is an opportunity for a startup, which was not looked at in the past. Around every industry, same thing, civil infrastructure, environmental infrastructure, social infrastructure that we have built. Most of the places we have never applied our mind. While we had environmental impact assessment, environmental audits, environmental monitoring programs, they have never focused the way it is supposed to be. So means the diagnosis that you can bring in all these 4 areas of investment for next 25 years within India, a huge opportunity around environment, which will bring in the best of the impact on the social aspects. So I have built a business model, whether it is in infrastructure construction or the environment and waste management or the real estate and the agri-farming or the consultancy and advisory, in which Ramki Group, actually now I am only a founder. There is a team, professional team, with the best of board and governance, shareholders are happening. But my last 35, 40 years of journey, my past journey, actually what I have seen in these areas, actually this company and this group has built around that. So when I look back and see from now to next 25 years, looking at these sort of investment opportunities, I think this is the place where I can tell you, if I was doing a 100 rupee business and making a 10 rupee profit, I can tell you with the same resources in place, I can ensure that this business goes up from 100 to 200 and this 10 profit goes to 30. That is the type of opportunities where the entire startup ecosystem has an opportunity to build for themselves. So I just wanted to tell all of you that you are at a right spot. You have the government facilitating, both from central government to various state governments, including Telangana. And then an ecosystem like HICIA and T-Hub, facilitating and hand-holding. I can see putting up the right kind of mentors and subject matter specialists coming in place. The future is fantastic for every mentor and for every startup. But I wanted to tell few things for these startup entrepreneurs. For all of you, there is a good business opportunity. We also know where is that opportunity. We also have solutions. But the issue is, for all the startups, I want you to know that the business knowledge is very important. The knowledge that you have to accrue in terms of identifying or in terms of diagnosing the opportunities in the existing environmental platform, I think, you should, for that you must work in that sector. Just coming from school, it's good, everybody have interests, etc. But my experience I wanted to tell, because from 2006 onwards, I have been, I was mentoring, I was investing around few startups. More than 23 I have invested. Okay, but not a great success story, because my sector itself was not matured enough, and still, a lot of risks in the system, so people were not ready to take up. But I can tell you the time is ready right now. Now it is the right time. So understand the knowledge, for that diagnose, get into the entire spectrum of waste management, water management, wastewater management, air pollution control, noise pollution control, solid waste management, and all the tools of environment for governance. So we have to understand that. Then that adds with the skills that we need to develop. So everywhere, for some time at least, we have to work in that particular area to understand what are those real gaps. Today I can tell you 10,000 problems, for which startups can give solutions in these 4 companies where I have had the experience. There is a lot. In fact, we have diagnosed and we have put them actually. So there is a great opportunity for every individual around and every organization around that. The skills also, there is a very limited number of people. Everybody is looking at how do I create a value, how do I make some money. Yes, we must make money. But end of the day, it has to be techno-economically viable solution. And for that, we have to be time tested. Okay, so certainly the skills that are required for the startups, you must get in and try to understand those things is one thing I am telling. And then finally, my advice to the teams here is this, the attitude with which we are going to work. At every level, hard work, commitment, is certainly very, very much required. And then I can tell you, this country has huge opportunities because we have the best of the talent, there is no doubt. We are also, I have also seen globally so many countries, more than 38 countries where, I had my operations and establishment. So I could see actually where are those opportunities, what sort of opportunities. Now, as a global village, when we look at the solutions that we can bring in around India, certainly they can be replicated in the rest of the world. People are looking forward to Indian brains. You all know that I need not talk much. So, the point is, around environment, there is a huge opportunity. And here is one organization which is India's largest environmental organization, which created more than, 40,000 industries as their clients, and more than 5 lakh beds of hospitals every day they handle, more than 2 million tons of hazardous waste they handle. Every waste there is an opportunity for recycling, recovery, reusing. Every wastewater that comes out, there is an opportunity to treat and take it to next level. And every product that we are going to bring in is going to save lot of these wastages that are already happening in the system. So with these things, a great opportunity for everyone in this space. And this group and around me, actually, now after my retirement from the business, actually, I have now started working with, as a mentor and also as an investor with various companies. And also I have taken a role to work for government of India as a member of parliament in policy making. So, and also law making. So very clearly I have some deliverables I kept. And this is what I have told when I went there with the Prime Minister. I told that I'm going to work in these 3 areas. Certainly, the industrial, environmental and waste management solutions, urban waste management and environmental solutions, environmental rules and regulations. So, in fact, all of us, every stakeholder here around governance, we must know the rules. The best of the rules that we have to follow and what is happening around that. Again, if you go and see there, a huge opportunity because the rules are not clearly adhered to at most of the places. So that itself brings in a great opportunity how to fix that. And also in line with the best of the European and US regulations, how, the environmental rules of India have to further shape up. So in those areas also, every startup around ESG, I must tell you that should focus on understanding the rules and regulations, understanding the needs and what is the current situation, and around that how you can build your business. I think a huge opportunity. And I can tell you, we are here, in Hyderabad, just a few meters away from this building, a huge knowledge and expertise and experienced team. And I'm myself a civil and environmental engineer for 4 decades of experience. And we have seen, what India can provide sustainable solutions to the developing nations globally. So with that, actually, I want to thank everybody for giving me the opportunity. I'm here to take any questions from any of you. And also, after this meeting, also available to spend time with you people. Thank you very much to HICIA, T-Hub, and all my friends here for giving me this opportunity to share a few of my thoughts. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
To please address the audience.
There are 6 million IT employees in India as of now. That is the growth we've achieved in last 30 to 40 years. And now, as per analyst, we will be adding 2 million in next 3 to 4 years. That is the growth that we are looking at. And the Hyderabad is here. I'm sure you want to get the lion's share of this 2 million in Hyderabad. That's what I thought. As soon as I heard that 2 million numbers, how many are we getting in Hyderabad? And what are we doing to get this 2 million here, and a majority of this 2 million in Hyderabad? As Hyderabad IT Industries Association, it's not just a wish, but it's a responsibility for us to make sure that we understand, analyze, and plan for it. So the first question, where is the growth going to happen? It is in GCC and startup area. 60 to 70% of the growth will be in GCC and startups. It is not in services industry. So it means that we need to change the way we have been working, the people that we have been talking to, this has to change. So coming to the startup part of it, what is it that HYSIA can do to get more, become kind of a magnet? Hyderabad should become magnet for startups. And what is HYSIA can do it? So when it comes to what we can do, the question that we should ask ourselves, what are my strengths? What is it that we can play on? What is it that we can bring to the table? So our strength is all the large organizations who are our members. What is it that the startups need? Startups need the large organization to mentor them, tell them what are the problem statements for which they can create solutions. Startup needs somebody to fund them. So the best way we can help startups to come to Hyderabad is by bringing corporates, VCs, and startups together. And with this thought and advice from the Bhishma Pitamaha of Hyderabad IT, I can safely say that about J.A. Chaudhary Garu, with his advice from people who are deeply ingrained in the startup system like Ramesh Loganathan, and of course MSR, we said, okay, let's all come together and see how can we create an ecosystem for startup, and that's where Catalyst was born. As you heard from Kishore as well as Shanti, this is the third Catalyst, and with what I see is that the venue size is increasing as we are adding the addition. So it means that it's becoming more popular, more meaningful, and more enriching experience for the participants. More and more people want to be part of this. There's something very important that we want to talk about. When I said that we want to build the ecosystem, we want mentors, we need people who will invest, we have done 2 catalysts, and you'll notice that this has started helping us. One outcome of this is Phoenix Group has come forward to mentor the startups from the ESG space. That's a very big thing, because you know that everybody in Hyderabad knows about Phoenix Group. They're big, they're very forward-looking. So I'm so glad to have Phoenix Group mentor our startups who are participating. So thank you everybody who has accepted to give their time here today.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
May I now request MSR to come and talk to us about the ESG plans. They have several cohorts running. Eager to hear to you.
It's an honor and privilege to be here at the third event of Catalyst. The first 2 events, the FinTech and the Life Sciences and Pharma event, went off really well. Most of our startups benefited hugely, right? And this whole, when you're building an entrepreneur ecosystem, essentially when you think about an entrepreneur ecosystem, you need startups, you need large companies who believe in paying it forward, which is what members of HYSIA are doing. You need funding institutions, which could be banks, which could be VCs. You need industry associations, of which HYSIA is a stellar example. And of course, you need media and you need government to come together, right? So I think we've been able to achieve that to a significant extent. So thank you for being here. I just thought before we get into talking about what we are doing at T-Hub, I'm sure many of you would have read, this chap called Taleb. Yeah. So there is a quote from Taleb which I read a couple of days ago. So I thought I'll start with that. And the quote is, unlike his quotes which are usually very long, this one is a fairly simple one. He says, difficulty is what wakes up the genius. Okay. And I was trying to do some reading on, when did this term ESG come up, right? And actually it's almost a 20-year-old term, right? There's some background. There's a gentleman called Kofi Annan, who was the UN Secretary General. So he called a meeting with, large companies, large financial institutions, and the International Financial Corporation commissioned a study in 2004. And then 2005, they came up with a report, right? And I think the name of the report, I wrote it down here. The name of the report was Who Cares Wins, okay? And when you think about it, it's very profound, right? Because I think we all have a responsibility to leave the planet in a better shape than when we came in, right? When you think about it. So this was the first time. So very quickly jumping on to what we are doing, and broadly the philosophy behind what we are doing at T-Hub from a ESG perspective is essentially, think about this. We all want to live on a planet where we can breathe air, fresh, clean air. We can eat healthy food, okay, and we can live sustainably, right? So very simple. So that's what we are trying to do. So today we have close to about 90 plus startups whom we are working with across different spectrum of the ESG part. So we have startups in green energy and green energy and clean tech. We have startups in SDG mapping and reporting. We have startups in waste management, both solid and e-waste. We have startups in carbon footprint reduction and carbon credits. We have startups in water management, right? And some of them are there at the back. So I think this opportunity, to partner with HYSIA is something we value deeply. I think, Hyderabad, I think all of us do believe that Hyderabad can be the next startup capital of India. Startups, my last submission to all of you is ESG is important because we have to combine profit with purpose, right? That's one of our goals at T-Hub, that everything we do must lead to a better and more sustainable planet. And this is something which we emphasize with all our startups, that, we are not in the game for valuation, but we are in the game of building sustainable businesses which scale, which grow, which create jobs, and obviously enrich the ecosystem. So thank you again, the team at HYSIA, and thank you, sir, for being here today. You are a real inspiration for all of us, how you've been able to combine your role as a corporate leader and also build one of India's largest companies in the environment space. So thank you for being here, and look forward to hearing from you, sir, and also, of course, the panel discussions. And thank you for all the startups, and thank you for the team at T-Hub, which has done, the team at the back, you can all wave, for putting together, a really well-curated list of startups who are going to be part of the panel discussion. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
So this is going to be the starting of the panel discussion. I want to set a little bit of a background to this. To craft some meaningful conversations, we have conducted a survey like Kishore had said. We have reached out to corporates, including reality developers, property management consultants, NGOs in the sustainability space to understand what are their areas of priority. We were just not looking at putting together a panel discussion, but instead we wanted to have discussions that make sense to both the corporates and the startups. So the discussions now are going to be centered around the focus areas that we got as a feedback. Thank you. So these are going to be the spotlight areas that we will be having conversations on now. Now, there's a little bit that I want to tell about how this panel discussion is slightly different from the normal panel discussions that we have seen. When we reached out to the startups, the first question that the startups asked us is, do we have to pitch? So that's where we wanted to eliminate that pitch and the stress factor. So we said, no, this is not going to be a pitch, but you are going to be involved in a conversation with the corporates on stage. So this is going to be relaxed, stress-free environment. So that's the differentiating factor for the Catalyst panel discussion. So to make sure that we have the right conversations, we also did a little bit of homework in curating the startups that are going to be a part of the panel here. This doesn't mean, like Kishore said, that the others are not something that they should be here, but in a relative game, we felt we will be able to have a meaningful conversations with the startups that are going to be here now. So you can also see the kind of criteria that we have taken up while we curated. Now this, Bipin was very clear that we should inform this to the startups who have all applied so that they understand, they also introspect to see, for future what they could do better. So on that note, I invite panel 1 to please come on stage. Prashant Nandela, President and COO First Source, Vice President HICIA, ESG Intervention Leader, and the moderator for panel 1. So we have 2 panel discussions actually for ease of conversation and giving an opportunity for all these startups. We are doing 2 panels. Each panel will last for 45 minutes, where 20 minutes is exclusively catered for conversations. So the first panel, may I invite Dr. Prafulla Agarwal, founder, CEO, Tokera, please. Indrajit Shah, India ESG lead, CBRE. Shiva Tekumudi, founder and CEO, Facilizens. Mahesh Siripurapu, founder and managing director, Nida Green Energy. Anubhav Saxena, DGM, ESG and Sustainability, Decarbonization Data Analytics from Raheja Group. Abdul Karim, Operations Executive, Bioreform. And Dr. Merle Fernandez is Director, LVPEI.
Thank you, Shanti. It's a great honor to be here. Thank you for all the participants in this room. Ramreddy Garu for your presence here, MSR and the entire team, and all the team who's worked together tirelessly over the last 2 weeks to sort of curate this program, get this to where it is. I'm honored to be here to sort of spend some time. The way we'll go to do this is to sort of, I want to take a few minutes to bring in all of y'all to this conversation and spend a few minutes in this interesting topic in terms of what are we trying to do from either solid waste management, clean energy, net neutrality, carbon credits. How do you sort of work together to drive a sustainable environment for future? With that in mind, I wanted to take a minute to sort of, the guests are already invited and we know who are here, but I'll go round robin to sort of, get your insight into the conversation. Dr. Prafulla, you've been here from a startup ecosystem, and you sort of had a couple of use cases that you've been dealing with to convert brown energy to green energy and aspects around carbon trading and how you can get energy neutrality in the organization. So, while I go round robin, I wanted to get your sense in terms of this tech solution that you built through the blockchain, distributed ledger technology, and how you're using it to sort of drive this globally. It'll be nice to get a sense from you, your mission, your passion, and why this idea, and how do you feel that is going to make a difference to our work environments?
Okay, good evening, everybody. I think on the first note I would like to start is thank you, Ramreddy Garu. You've made a very nice statement that unless we don't have a business experience working as a corporate, as an employee, how do we make sure our startup really aligns to what we bring to the table? I'm a very standout product every time I walk into any startup ecosystems. They look at me, I brought my daughter or my son because I don't look the 20-plus-year-old, a lot of startup owners here. So thank you for recognizing my startup. And at 50, I'm as young as any new college graduate is. What I'm passionate about. Thank you. What I'm passionate about, and I think you can see Tokri, and it's a green heart that's beating. That's what we want to communicate, because sustainability, environment is not only a corporation's responsibility. Every community, each one of us have to make a difference. That's what propelled us, and that's what propelled my startup to say, let's kind of create a grassroots level momentum to adopt clean energy. Now, how do we do that? And that's what we're solving using blockchain technology, where we're able to fractionalize renewable energy and various attributes that it has, like your energy credits, which individual households can adopt, which you can do it for your societies, for your offices, for your events, for your birthday parties, for your team events. Anywhere you can adopt it. There's a question that I always face is, but the credit is an offset, so it doesn't sound too good. But let me just say this, we all live in cities like Hyderabad. I'm coming from Bangalore. We get drowned and marooned every year these days. And we do not think twice if that coracle which has come to take me to a safe place, is it made of the global standards of fiber and all that? Any coracle to get us out is welcome at that stage. Environmentally, that's where we are today. So what we are doing is working across the value chain of renewable energy. We are in discussions at the DISCOM levels to say, what they procure as a renewable energy as mandatory obligations, start creating an identity for it so that that renewable energy can be still delivered in the hands of end users. So it can be at a cost, I'm not getting into the commercials there, but a blockchain allows that identity creation from generation to consumption. And that's going to revolutionize how each of us will consume renewable energy going forward. I'll end with a very small anecdote. When I was presenting this to the MSC forum in Uttar Pradesh, I had a small scale exporter from Moradabad who exports brass artifacts. He said, ma'am, if I do this, can my son write it in his personal statement as his environment contribution, because he's applying for universities in the US. So that's the kind of adoption that we're seeing. And we're making it very, very simple, not only for adoption, even for your proof. And while we use blockchain, that's at the back end. Let's not complicate it for end users. You see a QR code there. I have a permission from that client right now. You can just scan on it. It'll give you the proof where this particular organization is consuming its renewable energy from. So I will end on that note. Our vision is very simple. We want every heart to beat green. It's each one's responsibility. Adopt renewable energy directly or indirectly, it doesn't matter, because just because we want to only set up power plants, we're consuming a lot of our land, and that's not sustainable either. So let's not be tilted too much on one side, but take a holistic view. And all the best to all of us, that we leave this place a better place. And in conclusion, somebody asked me, this is a 20-25-year journey. When Maggie came, none of us liked that flavors. But today it's become a meal. When Kellogg's came, they said, we're not for this generation. So Tokri is not being built for just this generation. We're talking Tokri for the next 20 years. And that's our vision. Thank you.
Awesome. Brilliant, Doctor. So I'm assuming we can, today sitting here, can get access to convert our brown power to green power by tokenized solution, right?
Absolutely.
Brilliant.
Thank you.
Maybe we should do that, right, at the end of this workshop, to show our commitment to green energy in terms of what we're doing from an organization standpoint. Brilliant. So just one thing teeing up from there before I go to the next panelist here is, This provides access globally. You're able to provide identity across global producers of green energy, or is it localized to India currently?
We're delivering that for global producers, distributors, and consumers. You
Brilliant.
could be anywhere in that cycle.
Awesome, that's good, right? So we don't need to use our land to produce. We can always consume from outside. Fantastic.
Absolutely not.
Fantastic, thank you, brilliant. Indrajit, over to you. You've been on this advisory space for a while, dabbling across a variety of things. So I wanted to get you in to get a sense on, as a consultant, talking to different stakeholders, working with a real estate company, talking to their clients, corporates, industries, policies. What's your sense on, the focus and the intent on carbon neutrality, carbon credits and net neutrality? Obviously, you have a larger perspective. And how does policy needs to change, sort of make sure that people are doing this, right? So when people talk to me, I said purpose is more important than anything. So obviously it all starts with us being very purposeful in terms of what we want to do and make sure that we're making this world a safer place to live in. Outside of that, there's a lot goes into, like Ram Reddy Garu said, in terms of policy, frameworks, awareness, willingness, access to sort of get this going. So what's your sense on how do we sort of step up from here and take a step change, what's an incremental change?
Thanks for that, Prashant. I'd just like to start off with a little bit of perspective about us as a country, right? We are already the most populous, and there was a report which said the real estate sector is going to overtake the agriculture sector in terms of being the largest employer in the country in the next few years. In India, we put out around 40 to 45 million square feet of real estate space every year. Now, what connects these different aspects is about magnitude. And this is what I would like to talk about, for the next couple of minutes, is when, all the startups out there, when you look at opportunity, okay, one thing to realize is if you are doing business in India, there is volume. So focus on understanding what are the gaps in this industry and how you can address those through technology, through human understanding, right? I'll give you some specific examples, right? Now, one of the things that, that I saw mentioned here, technologies around energy, water, and waste, right? One of the key challenges that we see in this industry is the fact that developers build, then they sell, right? And after they sell, the people who buy may not have the best understanding of how the building was built, how it is to be run, and how they need to repair it. So a huge opportunity is to look at the as-a-service model. Can you look at an opportunity where once the builders have built, there are models where they continue to share that information with the residents so that they can benefit from that understanding of the building. And in turn, the developers could actually look at IoT solutions, for example, to assess what is the level of wear and tear in the buildings and how they are to be maintained and charged for. Okay, I just wanted to give you this one example to show you that in one of the world's largest real estate markets, if you're able to bridge problems like this is what can really help us leapfrog into the future. In terms of what we are hearing from clients, right? All our clients want to be seen as industry leaders in the sustainability space, be it developers or be it occupiers. And the way to do that is to help them understand, because different clients will be on different parts of their sustainability journey in terms of maturity. So if you want to build solutions for either developers or occupiers in the real estate space, what you need to understand is where are they on their sustainability or ESG maturity journey? And then talk to these clients to understand what are their focus areas. That is where you'll realize that these are the gaps that you need to bridge. So start having these conversations on both sides of the table and try and assess where those gaps are. That's the message that I would like to leave you with, and start thinking upstream. A lot of the solutions that we see in energy, in water, in waste are downstream solutions. We have created systems, we have created problems, and then we are trying to mitigate those problems. Can you think upstream before those problems are created, when we are building the buildings, when we are thinking of occupying those buildings? Can we move those conversations upstream so that we don't make the mistakes in the first place? That's what I would like to leave this audience with. Over to you, Prashant.
Thank you. That's very insightful, as always. So what's your thought, right? And you obviously help advise organizations in taking spaces, leasing spaces, maintaining spaces, project management. How much of change management is still to be left to sort of make sure that people really believe in this and want to spend that extra buck at the beginning from a CapEx versus OpEx? Because if you fix it at a CapEx level, then you solve the variability at an OpEx level, right? People have to work through, and maybe there are ideas and thoughts there where we can find a differentiated commercial ecosystem that startups can work with to make that feasible. But what's your sense on that?
Well, to be very honest, we see a gamut of clients, and as I mentioned, on different parts of the journey. So you would have very mature clients who have done all the things that we talk about, in terms of doing low-cost, no-cost initiatives, doing CapEx-based initiatives. If I take energy as an example, right, they would have done the baselining of the data. They would have identified what are the specific geographies that they want to look at. Within those geographies, what are the specific sites? In those sites, what are the specific initiatives? In those initiatives, energy, water, and waste, and then use that data to feed into where they want to be versus where they are and how much that is changing. So that's one end of the spectrum, right? On the other end of the spectrum, you've got companies who may have been in business, and there are variations of this, but just as a typical example, who may have been in business for a long time. But sustainability has not really been their focus for various reasons, right? Now, it's not to blame them, but it is to work with those companies then to help them understand how, while they are doing what they are doing, how can sustainability be incorporated into their business? And, these are often conversations which take time, right? Because one of the key things that I've realized in my career, as a sustainability professional, is this needs to be driven top-down, especially in corporations. If you want business, if you want buy-in for ESG, you need to make sure that the top guy is on your side. And that's where a lot of our conversations start, and where we start with small examples, with easy wins, because a lot of people understand when you see a tangible outcome. Right? So if you can show proof of concepts, around whatever business you are in, that is going to help the client understand in real terms, especially for clients who are early on in the maturity curve, what is in it for them from a business perspective and then from a social perspective. When I was doing my master's, one of my professors said something very, very interesting. He said, nobody buys a mobile phone because it's green. So please keep this in mind when you're designing your products and services. Yes, people want to be sustainable, but it needs to make sense from a commercial, technical perspective.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'll move on to Seva now, the startup from the organization, from Facilience. So just to this topic that, Indrajit and I were sparring a bit, you sort of build something in the downstream process to sort of look at how to optimize to data analytics and insight and technology. So give us your sense on what drove you to think about this idea, and how tech playing a role in sort of running the building operations in your construct. And what are some thoughts from your standpoint of what's getting you going in that space?
Thank you. And good evening to everybody. And then, thanks to HIC to having me over here. And my name is Shiva. I'm a founder and then a CEO of the company. So we are in the business of automating commercial real estate space in terms of facilities management and then energy and water and utility optimization. The decarbonization is kind of a natural extension to us. And if you really see that the situation like 40% of a commercial real estate space is responsible for 30% of the decarbonized, version. That's what, it is kind of, the more impact on the carbon, gases and all the things. With that, what happens is, I just wanted to, show you that how we have transformed from the, automation to the decarbonization. What we have found is because we've been in the industry more than 5-6 years almost. Thanks to thanks to Ayodhya Ram Reddy Garu, the first pilot we have done on the, Ramki Cosmos, sir. I think thanks to you. And then we have done for a 3 months pilot on that. It's been almost, 3 years backstory and all the things. And we are in the, kind of, keeping the sensors and getting the, tons of data and processing it, and then we literally make how to automate the entire facilities management by removing the papers and keeping the data into the picture, which is very challenging, because if you go down and sit with the basement of any huge 1 million square commercial real estate space, they have a day-to-day problems and they are least bothered about, sustainability. So you have a tough time to, push the sustainability story as a startup. And we need to literally sit with them and ask for what is their problems exactly. And their problems today is something like, how I can build the tenants. If I take a 1 million square feet having a 300 multiple office tenants, and then they have a day-to-day problem of raising an invoices, doing the bills and all the things. So we somehow gone there and then camped there. And then today we are managing more than 26 million square feet under our portfolio. That includes the major, portfolios like, Gaura Builders, and we have 2 big hospital portfolios like, Ankura, and then even all the things. So what I'm trying to say is like, it is not easy way to getting out there in Indian scenarios of a decarbonization unless until you solve the today's use case problem. So we out there. In fact, the CBRE is awarded as a cool, top 5, decarb company in the 3 years back. So I have a connection for almost. And Phoenix, Avan is the second pilot we have done, sir, in the Oracle building. And we are working with the Marvin facilities managers, which they are into the T-Hub. So we have seen almost 200 different portfolios, all companies that includes the schools, hospitals, malls, facility management teams, and all those things. We have more than 500 million data points out there into my system. So now the challenge is how I can really utilize those points and create something out of it. That's what the Indian data analytics comes with. Facilities is our brand name. What we call it is the facilities intelligence. So now what we are trying to do is, can I overlay the entire data to the BIM, that is the building information module, which predominantly they use it at a entry level of the buildings. I'm talking so much on the tech, maybe I'm trying to generalize it. Building information system is the one which normally every builder going to use it. It stops there at the end of that before handing over. So we put all the operational data over there and then extend the life for the next 30 years. So overall, what we are trying to do is how we can measure and calculate a carbon emission per square feet with my data and give back to the builder, hey, can you reduce your, the sizability of your chiller, which is oversized today. That way we can help the builders. So we can say that facilities management, saying like it doesn't require to go and, do 5 things a day. You can do 3 times so that you can improve the productivity. So what happens is we are trying to connect multiple use cases of managing a large commercial buildings using a facility management software, but slowly getting there into the decarbonization. That's what we are trying to do there.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Thank you. Wish you all the best. It's a very noble cause. I think I saw somewhere in the presentation that you're going to take, while you do all of this from a sustainability objective, you're also going to take 20% cost out to managing facilities, right? It's a win-win. Commercially, it works for everybody. So good luck for your venture. So just shifting tracks to somebody who's sort of helping saving lives, creating a better life to individuals, working in LVPI, Dr. Mal. Obviously this is a vast institution which manages, I don't know how many thousands and lakhs of people on a daily basis. It's an institution in itself for good purpose, good cause. I know how they structure to sort of help provide free services to people who can't afford and all of that stuff. So clearly with this purpose that you have with research embedded, with services embedded, I wanted to get a sense on your sustainability objectives and how you think about sustainability and how you're implementing that in your space across all the facilities that you manage today.
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity to be here. So LV Prasada Institute, as a lot of you may know, is a not-for-profit organization, and we are currently located in 284 centers across the 3 states of Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Orissa, as well as a small representation in Karnataka. So our start of trying to achieve sustainability was some years ago when we started with solar energy. And we started off in a small way. We are a not-for-profit organization, as I mentioned. And so everything that we do, even whatever investments that we make, we have to, at the end of the day, look at how are we going to provide service to somebody who cannot afford it. And it was with a very conscious mind that we decided to take this forward. The effort actually took off. I currently lead the Green LVPI initiative in LVP, and that was about 2 years ago that we decided to go all out with a multi-pronged approach. So some of the things that we've started is investing in solar energy. To date, we've invested in about 1.5 megawatts of solar energy across our centers. I'll talk about the things that we've done and the challenges that we face. So when you look at solar energy, you realize that the amount of space that you have sometimes is a constraint. The government has got certain restrictions on the amount of energy that it actually provides, that you can actually use for solar. So we can actually use only about 80%. And in certain areas which are huge energy guzzlers, like for example in our tertiary centers located in the metros, the amount of space that we have and the amount of investment that we have to make for solar to provide that much amount of coverage is challenging. The other things that we've done, we've looked at rainwater harvesting, we've looked at trying to utilize more efficient sources of air conditioning. We use STPs and treat the water wherever we can, though we would like better solutions for that. But some of the innovative things that we've done are in developing an indigenous electronic medical record, which has done away with paper records, that was developed in-house and is used across all our centers. So even in a small vision center, we have an electronic form of documentation, which also helps us in our research. And we are continuing to innovate in this area. During the pandemic, because of the fact that our patients couldn't reach us, nor could we reach out to them, we developed an indigenous teleophthalmology software, which enabled us to connect with our patients who could not reach us. And that is something that we have been using. So that helps indirectly by reducing the carbon footprint in the sense that the patient does not have to come to see us. Though obviously if you have an eye ailment, you can't actually get treated over a computer screen or a mobile phone. But then that's another aspect. So we've tried to reduce some of the, the visits that a patient has to make with the teleophthalmology that we've set up. And we're looking at, other ways where we can try and utilize solid waste. So we have biomedical waste segregation that it's mandatory in all hospitals. But then for the organic waste that's being generated, so there are systems that are available. I'm sure I'll meet a lot of people out here who will help us with the organic waste. But to make it very simple, whatever gardens we have, all the dry leaf that we collect from there is put in a pit. This is going to sound very crude. Put in a pit layered with soil. And after a couple of weeks, we have our own manure. So we generate 2,000 tons of manure for our gardens every quarter. And that's used across the centers. So these are just some of the initiatives. There are other things that we do as well, but I'll spare you that.
Brilliant. Are there any ideas in your mind that you're still pursuing going forward? And any suggestions to the startup ecosystem here, what they should start looking at?
So I wish that the cost of solar per kilowatt was cheaper. I don't know how we can bring that down. It would be really fantastic if we could get it. Within the state itself, if you have land and you can generate solar on that space, the government doesn't actually allow you to, use it somewhere else. So, then there are batteries which are very expensive. So if the cost of those batteries could come down, that would help us a great deal. But those are just some of the things.
No, thank you. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Going back to our next startup, wanted to get a perspective from Mahesh. Mahesh, we've been talking in Digit a little bit, and he said, we have to go more upstream than downstream. So clearly we know that tons of plastics is generated every day, every year. A lot of it never gets collected. It goes and pollutes our environment and nature. And you're sort of looking at creating alternate sources of packaging that people can use to sort of drive things. So I wanted to bring you in to get your perspective of what's the mission of what you're trying to do, and how do you see you playing into creating a better sustainable future for us going forward?
Sure. Thanks, Prashant, and good evening, everybody. And thank you, Haisia, for inviting us here and making green energy and waste management a prime focus. So we are NIDA Green Energy, started in 2016, and our team of technocrats, and our first product was oxyhydrogen gas generator. And we wanted to generate oxyhydrogen and use that as supplementary fuel in internal combustion and external combustion machines. We succeeded to some extent, and because of capital intensiveness, we shifted our focus onto converting plastic waste into fuel. So one of the reasons being, when we approached an industry or looked into the waste that industry is generating, mainly the chair manufacturing industry, right? The waste that is produced was almost equivalent to talcum powder, the granularity of the particles. So those guys did not have a solution, and they were just throwing that in water bodies or landfills, which cannot be separated at all. So, and we wanted to bring a solution mainly for industrial plastic waste to convert it to something reusable. And we are not good advocates of traditional pyrolysis systems for some reason, because they generate a lot of flue gases and heat into the environment. So we came up with a zero discharge closed loop batch process system in 2016, and started converting industrial plastic waste into reusable fuels like synthetic diesel, synthetic petrol, and synthetic kerosene. And we worked with few corporates to set up captive plants for them. And 2021, we shifted our focus onto continuous process system, because we always wanted to come out of batch process systems. And we succeeded big time in developing our own design in building a continuous process. Loop back means we generate our own fuel, which is consumed in the technology. So the production cost currently to produce 1 liter industrial oil from plastic waste is very, very less, almost 50% of what we get in the market. So we succeeded doing that. And the main product currently is industry oil that we are generating from both plastics from municipal solid waste and also industrial waste. And based on the applications, we also can use distillation techniques to convert industrial oil to high value products like transport grade fuels, N-octane, N-hexane, etc. So that is what we are doing. We have been vetted by many corporates like mainly cement industries, Birla, Dalmia, and many country executives and political authorities from different countries visited our plants, and then we could successfully present the technology and acquire some letter of intents. So that is what we are doing currently. And to answer to Prashant's question, what is the vision, right? We see somewhere being a big contributor to sustainability goals of India 2030 in reducing the carbon footprint. So that is a goal that we are working towards.
Brilliant. Thank you. Wish you all the best for your lecture.
Thank you, Prashant.
So now, bringing up enough, you've been with Raheja. It's a large developer across multiple cities, and you run the sustainability and decarbonization program. Talk to you a little bit about how you're thinking about this, and how can the real estate space sort of be the lead anchor to sort of show the path that we really care about our environment and building something which is helping us for the future. Give some thoughts on that before I switch on to our next colleague.
Yeah. So we started the sustainability journey way back in 2008, in which we considered our first green certified building in. Currently also we are having very aggressive ESG targets, like scope 1, scope 2 need to be reduced by 42%. We are also under the process of disclosing the target for the net zero approximately by 2043 we are aiming to be a net zero. But in order to go for net zero, one has to take care of all the three emissions, scope 1, scope 2 and scope 3. We are currently doing fine in terms of scope 1 and scope 2. And approximately currently 16% of our energy is coming from the green sources, green power. But when we go further, that we want to become exceed more than 30-35%, we need to look on the scope 3 emissions. Scope 3 emissions currently, as a real estate developer, is one of the biggest challenge, I would say. First important challenge is the supply chain. A very complicated supply chain, you must be knowing that the real estate companies are having. How to educate the entire supply chain in terms of ESG, that's another challenge. Then the next is waste. Waste is also one of the major challenges that we are facing right now. Good thing is that we have already banned the single use of plastic. We are, on some of the campuses are having bottling plants in which we are replacing the entire use of the plastic bottle with our own glass bottles. Then we are exploring further methods, how can we optimize and reduce the waste. Then another major issue related to scope 3 is the tenant energy consumption. That it will look like that why developers are not making green spaces and all those things. We are making like green spaces since last 15 years, but another important aspect we want to understand is the end client who is going to occupy that space, whether they are ready for the new technologies, whether they are accepting the green solutions. Sometimes, just like for the green power, if we want to reduce our scope 3 emission, we also need to depend on the green power. So tenants also need to go on the green power. Currently, you must be knowing that green power tariff is one of the easy way, in which the tenants also need to agree to pay additional money on the green tariff. But the fact is that hardly 10% of our tenants are getting ready for the green power tariff. So that is why we are encouraging the tenants to go into the green lease, in which we can clear all those things from the day one. So cultural behavior and cultural change is also important. Like sometimes the tenants are demanding platinum and very energy efficient solution, but they want to keep their AC temperature as 21 or 22 degrees centigrade. That can't be possible. So one way we are demanding green and simple solutions, they are not getting agreed to. They are just by their sales agreement or sales team document sheet. They have to do this much demand. In one way you are demanding everything green, but other day you are demanding also the demand load in such high value. So developer is the which you are demanding, which you are going to build. So we also want to make further energy efficient offices, energy efficient solutions. So what we are trying to do right now, we are trying to develop a small experience centers or the small setups at every campus level in which we can explore the innovative products. Otherwise, our tenants will not go directly to the innovative products or solution. So they will first like to experience those products. So that is why we are now in the process of creating such experience centers in which we can showcase these products will work in the large scale development. Then we are going further ahead for the implementing of those strategies.
Brilliant. Creating experience centers, awareness, so people can actually live by what they want to achieve is very important. Thank you, Abhinav, for your thoughts. So while I go to my next panelist, if there are any questions, please pass on to Radhika. She's going to capture that and probably bring it on board just to save some time because we have another panel right after this. Yeah, thank you. So, going, it was very informative, right? So now to another solid waste management idea that's come out, right? Abdul Karim and his young entrepreneurs who are doing something really fantastic in this space. So talk a little bit about how you're thinking about your journey. I know you're trying to do something really cool in this space, but what's your business plan like, and how do you think you're going to make a difference? What help do you need to sort of get there, right? Give us a little bit of sense of your journey so far, your obstacles, how you sort of navigated them. What help can the industry at large and corporation at large and policy at large can help you to be successful?
Thank you, Prashant, for that.
Firstly, it was really inspiring to hear from Rami Reddy sir today. His words were really inspiring for us as a startup. And I'm really proud to be here and with the panel here talking with everyone. Being the youngest to be a part here. Certainly when we started our journey, it was with the vision of the Prime Minister. We heard him keeping the agenda for India, for making India plastic free for the year 2025. And that's where our team thought about how we as an individual, how we as a citizen of this country come forward and take this mission forward. That's the idea, and it's been 1.5 years, touching 2 years soon now. We started Bioreform. It's a manufacturing company. We manufacture bags which are made of corn, which were directly the alternative towards the plastic that we see around. So far, we can proudly say that we have replaced 50 lakh plus plastic bags with our greenie bags. We produce more than 1 lakh greenie bags each day and have climbed significantly into the B2B market. Whether it was the small district of Andhra Pradesh till the most famous cafe of Hyderabad, or whether it was G Polarity, one of the oldest players in the market, to Country Chicken, who've started very early. So we've met a lot of people who were having the same vision of taking sustainability forward. While in addressing people, we heard from people telling that sustainability is not just it's not just an option what we see today, but it's more likely being a necessity of the hour that comes in forward. Being student entrepreneurs, we had a lot of challenges coming forward, whether it was addressing the market, whether it was dealing with how the clients would look it forward for. But eventually things ended up being on the route wherein we had the vision clear about making India plastic free. And ever since when we turned back behind, wherein that day when the inauguration happened and then being here, it surprises me as a person itself that we've made it happen so far. But there was one quote that hit my mind that was there. That you never realize the worth of water until the well starts trying. So we also never get to understand truly just how sustainability is important for us until we get the most exposure about how the darkness that could eventually come up with. Noticing about corporates, one thing we saw is how the changes have started to come. We see that the companies have started adapting sustainable products when it comes to their companies. We've seen wood or bamboo being utilized as cutleries have been seen around. But we see there's a slow drop of plastics being utilized, the conventional plastic, right? We found out in our survey what we made that even a small company of, let's say, 50 size employee generate as much as 3,000 bags each month. And when you would want to take it forward and look for the bigger corporates, could reach up to 1.5 million bags each month. And that's certainly an alarm and a point that let us realize as a players that the market's big, the vision is even bigger than that, right? People greater than products, greater than price is something that drives us truly, and taking the mission not just with India, not just the consumer market in India, but taking it forward to the globe, because we definitely would want to curate this example from made in India but for the globe is what the Prime Minister said. And truly to remark that point, we are looking forward for the most influential collaborations with people, because the experience that you get with everyone here is something that truly not just defines what we want to do in life, what we want to do for India more importantly, but how we could maybe create the best solution that is originating from India. Yeah.
Brilliant. Thank you. That's very inspiring, and good luck for your venture of being a global player. Obviously not just helping solve India's problem, but creating employment for tons of people. I appreciate that. So before, it was a good conversation, got in different perspectives. I had a few questions come up from the audience, so I thought I'll take the liberty to sort of talk to a few. One question is sort of about, are there any real estate developers in India who are interested to have upstream conversations to tackle the ESG performance initiatives, right, rather than working downstream? So maybe some thoughts, Indrajit, from you or Abhinav?
Let me be very honest. Upstream conversations are not easy, right? Because we as a society, and I dare say as a globe, we are used to doing things a certain way, and then when we find problems, finding solutions for that. What we are now discussing about upstream is about changing mindsets. And I'll take a cue from what Anubhav said earlier, is people want everything at the cost of nothing. And that's a difficult conversation. So what you need to do is try and understand what the pain point is and what the customer is willing to pay for it. Okay. Now, that's not a straight answer to your question, but possibly the only way you'll find out is by talking to clients. We are finding clients of late, developers who are willing to have some of these conversations. So, if that's some solace, then yes, there are opportunities that are opening up, but you'll only find out the level of interest when you start speaking to these clients.
Just want to add, this good thing is that the government is taking good initiatives. That you all must be knowing that all the listed companies, top 1,000 listed companies, has to disclose now BRSR report, Business Responsibility Sustainability Report. In one of that, now the next year it will go into a BRSR core. Under that, they have put they are putting more focus towards on the supply chain. So due to which the developer like us started now more interaction with our supply chain, supply vendors, and doing the regular exercise with our suppliers. We have made one supplier code of conduct, and like us, all the other leading developers who are into these top 50 or top 250 companies or top 1,000 companies, they are trying to educate the supply chain. So right now it's a good time because recently this change has been started. Now from next year onwards, by default, all the top 10,000 companies have to go with via the BRSR route, in which they have to start talking to their supply chain. So this is a very correct time in which if you want to enter into the business, because right now we are regularly discussing with the key suppliers, critical suppliers, the problem with the developers like us, how to categorize these vendors, how to categorize these suppliers. So we started first categorizing them in terms of tier 1 suppliers, tier 2 suppliers, tier 3 suppliers, critical suppliers. Then we try to bring these critical suppliers into a single room and educate them in terms of ESG. How can they, so we are giving them, like the government is giving us the target for the scope 3 emission, we also giving them the target to reduce their emissions reduction. So it's just like balancing our target to them.
Just adding to what Anubhav said, when you talk about scope 3, right, scope 3 has 15 categories, right? 7 upstream and 8 downstream. So what you should be looking at is within scope 3, what are the specific categories that you want to look at? Now typically supply chain would be looking at scope 3.1, which is, procured goods and services. Okay, so maybe you would want to look at that and see how you can find out solutions, technological solutions based on data to identify these different kinds of suppliers. Now that could be a potential opportunity for you. You could also be looking at commute, both employee commute and business commute, which is again within scope 3. So there could be opportunities for you to look at and see how you can upstream the solution and therefore the problem addressing, right? So when companies are deciding on employee commute options, okay, yes, you want EV, but are there more efficient ways to address it at a design stage where the office is located? What kind of people you're hiring and where do they stay? Okay, all of this, the basis of this is data. So think about these aspects and see how you can address some of these challenges, and then start talking to real companies to understand their level of willingness to share the data with you. Now, yes, data is important, but are companies willing to share? Are there other ways to get the data? Are there public data sets that you could use? So these are some of the areas that you need to be thinking about to understand how you can design solutions which are fit for purpose for the clients that you're looking at.
Thank you. That was, there's another question, but we'll take it up after the second panel. But thank you all. It's been very informative, very useful for me. Opened up my eyes to new things. Hopefully it was useful for everybody. Good luck to all the startups. And as corporates, I think I have some ideas to take back and see how we can internalize some of these findings. Thank you all.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
The next panel is again going to be addressing the same focus areas. And this panel we have Bipin Pendyala, Senior Director and General Manager India Appen, moderate the session. Hitesh Hiran, Co-founder and Director Greenifit. Arun Murugesh, Vice President Sales and Marketing Sahas Zero Waste. N. Chandrasekhar, Founder Director Jivol Biofuels. Rohit, Founder and CEO Zodia. Vivek Verma, Strategic Advisor and Venture Partner Silver Needle Ventures. Ganges Reddy, MD and CEO Blue Drop and VRAW. Shrikant Badiga, Group Director, Phoenix Group.
So we again have a set of accomplished corporate leaders and accomplished startup entrepreneurs as well. One interesting thing that we've seen when we're doing this event planning is and curating is that we do actually have, while we're calling them as startups, the reality is that each one of them have actually established themselves in a reasonably decent fashion and in a sweet spot. So what I'd like to do is that the data that they've presented to us for the curation process and the areas that they're operating in, I would like to bring out some of the essence more through a dialogue, right? So let me start with Hiten, right? Hiten's company is actually in a very interesting space where I felt Hiten. Not only are they looking at carbon credits, right? Which is, in some sense, carbon credits is nice because I can show my balance sheet to the corporate saying that I'm net zero carbon neutral. But the reality is that I'm actually not carbon neutral, I'm actually buying, I'm paying for it, right? So Hiten's company actually has gone the next step, which is where they're able to create a framework where the corporates can constantly review, assess, understand what their carbon footprint is. Not only buying carbon credits, but actually kind of constantly monitor, track, and reduce. So Hiten, I'd like to understand, when you do talk to corporates, right, there is probably higher tendency for people to just buy the credits. It looks nice on the balance sheet. But how much is the traction you're getting when people are serious about actually reducing the carbon footprint? What has been your take so far in terms of your conversations with your customers, and how much of a mind shift change are you seeing?
Thank you. So I would just like to touch the topic differently. So carbon credits comes at the last, because now it is a voluntary market and it is not enforceable that you should buy the carbon credits, and value is not that much. Okay. The point is that we all are concerned about saving the environment. We all wish to contribute to environment and reduce the carbon emissions that we have. However, what my journey in the 10 years plus in this industry that we have seen, exactly what you pointed out, how much serious the companies are. If we see around, we all know, we talk about climate change, etc., but the real adoption level is very low. And one of the major reasons is what I believe, and from my experience working in industry, is that as a human tendency, if there is something which has no monetary or strategic incentives aligned with whatever the actions that we take, then anything we tend not to be serious about to pursue it or commit to it, besides just a vocal support. And this is exactly where, if we make a change, and what we try to explain to the companies is that climate solution can be a investable market. It's an investable assets. And I'll just cite an example of one of my assignment as a consultant for ADB. I had the opportunity to meet many industries in the Rajasthan. 70 plus association and industries, I had interviewed them. And I've seen many companies getting closed down because of NGT ruling of effluent treatment plant not being given to that. Balotra 800 plus industries was closed down. I had opportunity to see Ramki Group's one of the initiatives for one association where it was working fantastically well in Udaipur region. And that is in 2015 I was talking about. But if you see the cost of getting the business closed down, many business losing, Okay, that is a cost. So now if you see that the climate solution is seen to be from the decarbonization as an investable market, there adoption becomes very easy. So this is where Granifit has born to help people, society, organizations to take on the embark the journey of decarbonization in a profitable manner and in a responsible manner. And this is what our journey, we did the pilot, and now we are getting a good traction. We are currently managing a distributed, Granifit is a distributed climate solution platform. Currently we are managing a distributed climate asset under management of 11 crore and above, and generating revenue worth 3 crore last year. So this testimony to that, okay, there is a people are becoming aware about it. And it is not only the companies, because if you see the companies like to allocate the resources very carefully, financial, because the major problem with the climate solution is the capital intensive nature. So one of the model that Ramki Group has pioneered is public-private partnerships. There are other models of asset-light solution, private-private partnerships, something that can be done. And this is where sharing of carbon credit, the sharing of the savings can be done. So it is a win-win for all. And this is where we've seen in the recent months that the people are started accepting these climate assets as an alternate investment asset class. And
sorry to interrupt. On that thought, something came to mind. See, for example, till recent past, right? Until the government of India made CSR 2% of profits is mandatory, it was not a topic that was discussed in the boardrooms, except for some of the really large philanthropic founder-led companies. So from your experience, do you think if a regulatory framework is brought in where the government mandates that probably a certain percentage of your profit needs to go plowed back into investment on the green side, do you think that will encourage and create a larger fillip in terms of the Go Green initiatives in the corporate world?
So that is the one which would be, and I think CSR mandate is already including the sustainability and environment field. We are doing one for Pidilite industry, implementing a solution for a hospital through their CSR fund for solar and making it asset light. We have done the similar for education institution run by Birlas. We have done the longest contract for them. The point here is that one is the regulatory interventions, that is the one side, but the larger impact will come if I tell you, you invest into the solar, though let's say as a scope 2 emissions mitigation, and or don't invest into solar yourself, but invest into someone else's project. You get the carbon credits, you reduce your cost of electricity, you need not pay extra certain amount to DISCOM or your grid to become a green tech. You can still become a green tech. And as Dr. said in a previous panel, there is a limitation. Every state has how much electricity you can consume through solar when you are consuming directly. But when you're going to embark the journey of the greener investment through CSR, through any other means, okay, there is no limit on how much energy you can buy. That is indirect manner of doing it. And this is what we are trying to enable for companies to embark on a journey, mitigate the scope 1, scope 2, scope 3 reduction directly or indirectly.
Got it. Thank you very much. I'll move on to you, Arun. You know, you're working on what is called a zero waste, right? But in a practical sense, is zero waste even is it a theoretical concept, or is actually practically possible for a household or a community or a company or a larger industry segment to actually shoot for zero waste? And if so, what has been your experience in terms of building towards or marching towards a zero waste opportunity?
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that question. I think the word zero waste is definitely possible. When we say zero waste, it truly does not mean 100% recovery. Even 95% recovery can lead to zero waste. So where we're coming from is, as a waste management organization, been working in this space for more than a decade now, we've actually experimented very fundamentally strong models like decentralized models. Decentralized models works very well in India. And when we say decentralized, for example, the waste coming out of this campus can be solved within this campus itself. It's very possible. How do we do this? First and foremost, fundamental, there's a nice tagline here. Once you mix it, you can't fix it. So let's say the organic waste and the inorganic waste is mixed in one bin. You can't do anything about it. It's not recoverable. But then when you follow the fundamentals of segregation at source, you can actually keep it aside. Now the organic waste can become compost, biogas, etc. The inorganic waste can actually be recovered. As less as 5%, we've shown this through data, as less as 5% can actually go to landfill. And that's very truly moving into the zero waste space. So as a concept, we know decentralized works. And while we are doing this, I think just to add another layer onto just the traditional waste management that we're talking about, there's also another aspect around how well are we doing it? Zero waste is fine. How better can we do this further? So, for instance, let's talk about compliances, be it labor compliances, social security benefits. We're talking about environmental compliances. So that's the next level as we go further. So, like we heard on the earlier panel, ESG is no more. I mean, it's more like a vanilla version. You now have standards like BRSR, which is taking it to the next level. So zero waste as well can be taken to the next level. We've proven this. We have multiple models on the ground as well. Entrepreneurship as well is definitely something that can come up through the space because we need a services industry. Waste management is as simple as a housekeeping equivalent. The facility management companies as a service is provided for various institutions or campuses, waste management also can be.
But Arun, one quick sort of segue into that. Like you rightly said, waste itself is not homogeneous, right? It's pretty heterogeneous. And therefore, for you to be able to help your customers march towards a zero waste, right? How big an ecosystem do you need? And how many kind of logistics or supply chains that you have to work with in terms of partnerships? And how strong is a partnership required versus a single entity trying to say we can get to zero waste?
I think the key here is ecosystem. It's actually quite a complex ecosystem. When you look at the supply chain, waste can sound very simple, but then it can be as complicated as getting into hundreds of categories that comes out of one bin. So one bin of dry waste or inorganic waste that you see out here is actually the source of waste, right? So the entire supply chain that exists from, if you follow the life cycle of waste, it goes from here, it goes to a center, a collection center. From there, it goes to a larger, like a Ramki typically runs, like a materials recovery facility, which is more like a factory for waste management. From there, you probably have 50 categories. So the waste in one bin separates into 50 categories. Further, it goes to value creation centers where you take plastics, for example. Plastics are of two types, right? We know rigids and flexibles. We didn't know that rigid plastics and the plastic covers, the two categories, can further be sorted into as many as 100 categories. So you can see the large tree that is growing out of one bin and it's growing into hundreds of categories. So I would say it's an ecosystem which is categorized as upstream and downstream. Upstream, you also have the informal sector, the waste pickers, the kabadiwalas, the aggregators, and all the way downstream you have recyclers. It could be paper, it could be metal, it could be any category. And furthermore, to close the loop with circular economy, you really want to bring that back into the loop. So now you see you're actually extending the reverse logistics and combining it with forward logistics. I would say it's a very complex ecosystem and there is too much room for as many entrepreneurs in this space as well.
Wonderful, and thank you. I'll come back and circle on one. I'll move to Chandrasekhar, because it's a nice segue that we talked about zero waste. And I know your company has been very focused in terms of converting organic waste into biofuels, right? So interestingly, when you talk about organic waste to biofuels, and each one of us look at a tremendous amount of organic waste every day. You look at any of the tech campus that we are around, by the end of 3 p.m. in the afternoon, the cafeteria has a humongous amount of organic waste, right? You look at any Raitu Bazaru in the city, or you look at any of the weekly vegetable markets that are there in various areas, the next day morning, GHMC is trying to clear out, I don't know, maybe hundreds of kgs of rotten vegetables or thrown away vegetables and fruits. Right? So in terms of, okay, let me just step back and say, for you, getting your input should not be a problem because there's too much input available. So I think the problem is, how are you ensuring that you are able to track the inputs and then convert the fuel into fuel? And then who are your consumers? So where do you sell it?
Yeah, thank you, Vipin Garu. So I will quickly introduce first myself. I am Chandrasekhar, founder of Jewel Biofuels. Thank you, Haisia, T-Hub, for this opportunity. And it was I'm very fortunate to listen from pioneer in waste management, Ayodhya Ramreddy Garu, to listen his story. It's a great inspiration for entrepreneurs like us. So, yeah, coming back onto the problem that my startup is solving, we are based out of Hyderabad. So, organic waste is a big problem. It's a big problem. If food waste is considered as a country, it is the third largest emissions of carbon. So that is a big problem, coming from food waste. If food waste ends up in landfills, it releases methane emissions. And the methane is very dangerous than the carbon dioxide gas. So even in our country, out of 60 million tons of municipal solid waste that is generated, 50% is food waste, organic waste. Right now, majority of that is ending up in landfills. And in landfill, it releases methane emissions. So recently, whether it is in New Delhi or whether it is in Kochi, the landfill had a fire problem. Why is that? Because methane is a flammable gas and it causes a lot of fire. So it's a very, very big problem because 50% is food waste. But because of lack of awareness and lack of business models available, or lack of policy, biofuel policy not there, till now, all this waste is ended up in landfills. But now, Government of India has launched biofuel policy. With that, the business model is being developed, and we can generate biofuel, and the biofuel can be consumed as a transport fuel. So like example, CNG is there, which is a fossil fuel source. Instead of CNG, which is, by the way, we are importing that. That's again, foreign exchange loss is there. Energy security issue is also there. Instead, this 30 million ton can be converted into biofuel. It will reduce our fossil fuel imports and also save foreign exchanges. So luckily, the government is promoting this. They are facilitating this. We are trying to build up our first biofuel plant here in Hyderabad. And we will sell this gas to a city gas distribution company in Hyderabad, which is Bhagyanagar Gas Limited. Even private industries are looking for these fossil fuels so that they can decarbonize their operations. So that is an extent of the problem we are trying to solve with biofuel generation.
Thank you, Chandrasekhar. I'll come back to you again. Moving to Srikanth, you are part of the Phoenix Group, which is one of the largest commercial real estate player in Hyderabad. Right? We talked about zero waste. We talked about solar to clean energy to carbon credits, and then of course, an organic waste and whatnot. And you have built multiple large IT campuses. Right? So, as a Phoenix Group, what is that you've been doing, and not only that, but also what are the challenges that are still out there for you to tackle?
Yeah, thank you, Bipin, and thank you, Haisia, for giving me the opportunity. And most importantly, first let me thank Ayodhya Ramreddy Garu for staying by for such a long time, and we can learn from that. Like, learning is a continuous process. He being a master of all these things, still want to listen from us. We are just, putting stuff. Coming back to the topic, Vipin, I would like to just go back and to mention that, it all started when we first started delivering one building. Initial days when my business development team was talking to one of the MNCs, they were talking how efficient is a building. My efficient building means, what do you mean? I have 1 lakh square feet, 2 lakh square feet, I can accommodate 1,000 seats, 2,000 seats. They said, I'm not interested. I'm talking about, what is that you're going to save me? Save me, okay, my business development team thinks that, okay sir, instead of 45 rupees, I'll give 40 rupees. No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about something else. I'm talking almost like, when Ayodhya Ramreddy sir was experimenting and where he said he lost money and those were the days. When people started understanding what exactly the green buildings are, ESG and all United Nations terms, and that forget about it. Now, what is that you're going to give to the future? That is what is the entire essence of this particular conference as well. So there where we started, okay, now, then we started understanding. When we spoke to the client, he said, boss, I'm talking about my cost, my camp cost. The moment you take a building, the rent is fine. But how efficient, as far as the energy is concerned, energy is of different resources. So are you going to give the regular thing and say the government is giving to 1 rupee tariff less than other things? No, it's beyond that. So that is when we started getting into this. did a lot of research. We had a separate team to make our building efficient. Now, I would proudly claim that Phoenix is one of the first builders to start the steel constructions in Hyderabad, including residential. And I would like to take start from where my earlier developer just tried to search him. Upstream conversations. Upstream conversations are very, very important, which we have been doing it for the last 1.5 decades. So we understand the need of a client, and we tell to our architect and the main consultant, these are the things what we need. It's not steel stuck on the structure of the building. It should be when we way forward, the futuristic. When talk, most of the people our building is futuristic. It's not that. Futuristic in what sense? Futuristic in the sense is like I'm saying that. I was also talking to our vendors about supply chain. We were talking about how best you can give me a product when you buy a mortar with you, a bricks with you, a steel with you. How efficient is your production? So that is the kind of understanding we have. And very soon you will be listening to green steel. You'll be listening to green cement. Very short, because innovation has become in thing now. We can't afford to wait for things. So no, when talking about Phoenix and innovation go hand in hand. Even in your case, when you started your conversation, ICI, you were talking about e-energy, e-waste, e-mobility. All this put together is my G infrastructure, that is green infrastructure. We are here to deliver that with this entire combination of it. Coming back to the way we plan at our place, like when we talk to the client, because it's a competitive field, my other competitors are complementing my business also. So when we negotiate, we tell them what is this saving 5 years from now, 10 years from now. We charge a rental at a premium. Suppose my other company is giving 65 rupees, I'm giving my space 75 rupees. I'm showing them a profit of 20 rupees down the lane. So that is the beauty of how you design your product. Thanks to the entire once again ECG models and and we don't take this platinum rated IGBs just for heck of it. We do practice it. And we were the first people to showcase it to the Telangana government, Andhra government, and many of the international trade houses, also global bodies, come and done a case study with us. So that particular sense, I was trying to invite T-Hub innovators, entrepreneurs here to do some case studies, and we want to learn from them. So we don't want to restrict ourselves and say, like either somebody said, sir, that we don't want to restrict, don't do that particular gamut. World is such mix. So the more and more you think, the more and more you innovate. We really don't know where I'm going to save or spend now. So that is what is the basic formula what we're going to adopt. So with this, I think there's a huge scope in this particular field. The more and more you work on it, more and more you're sowing for the future. Forget about the millions you earn, but what is the real, ask this about the way asset you give to the future is this what? The environment, the green environment. The children should breathe green. The children should live in a green environment. This is what is the background of Phoenix growing such fast with the fantastic buildings. Thank you, Dipesh.
So one add-on question that I have, Srikanth, for you. See, when you talk about the going green, right, the long-term ownership value, I think the case studies are that it's actually good in favor of the owner, right? But as a builder upfront, your capex should be higher than if you're not going green. So as a business house, how do you balance out the initial higher capex versus the customer incentives in the long term and still be able to run a profitable business and still focus on innovation?
That's a business secret you're asking me. Still, I would like to answer for the ecology factor. See, just now sir has said, I just learned one word from economics, carbonomics. I'm spelling it right, sir? Economics, yeah, good. Thank you, sir. So, the way when I talk to my client, in fact, they demand me. It's not me I'm offering. Nowadays, MNCs, most of the clients, their awareness is far, far ahead. So we are learning from them, we are trying to deliver them. So when I'm able to deliver them, there are no questions asked once I deliver them. I'm giving them the product what they need, which is futuristic, which is efficient. Whatever they need, I'm giving 15 years from ahead. So no questions asked. So I'm saving my business secret as well.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Srikanth. That's a beautiful segue for me to ask Rohit, because you talked about the customer perception, not just acquisition cost, but the customers are very interested in understanding the CAM, the running cost, correct? And then Rohit's company has been doing some wonderful work in terms of particularly the air conditioning and the HVAC system. How do you kind of reduce the CAM? So Rohit, what has been the traction in the industry that you've seen so far? And your work is largely with what? The large tech parks, the hospitality, hotel groups. What kind of traction are you seeing? And how are you able to actually deliver tangible, quantifiable value to your customers?
Sure. First thing, I would like to thank HiCI and T-Hub for inviting me, and it's a pleasure sharing the stage with esteemed, knowledgeable people here. When we look at energy, right, in Zobia, like internally, so we look at it in three aspects. So the generation, transmission, and the usage. So when we started up, it was easy for us to look at how the usage patterns are happening. And a few things which we have found out with respect to energy is, prices are always increasing and things like that. But when you take buildings into consideration, 1/3 of global emissions are from them, and electricity is the major reason for that. So we wanted to look at why, if it is so heavy problem, why there are not many technologies coming up. One thing is, most energy efficient technologies, they require either capex or a lot of infrastructural changes. And this discourages most buildings to take it up, because they wouldn't want their operations to get affected. So that is where we have developed our products. So if you can see on the screen, so we have got two sets of products, which we call them as SaverX and Soul. So SaverX, it's exclusively for large buildings like this, grade A buildings, grade A and B buildings. So what this does is, there is an AI algorithm on the back end which optimizes the usage of HVAC systems. Why specifically HVAC systems? Because in commercial buildings like this, like 70 to 80% energy consumption is from these HVAC systems. And one problem, like as was pointed out earlier, so the thermal comfort, right? So you always want to put it at 21 degrees, say 18 degrees or 22, it's up to the user. But given these scenarios, how do I still save energy? So that is where this product comes into the picture, where it can integrate with your existing systems like BMS systems and still deliver those savings right from day one. And as we were developing this, the other aspect which we have seen is on the supply end, right? So you got multiple machineries or equipments, not just in commercial buildings, in industries as well. And electricity is mostly like a unknown factor, right? You can't see it with the eye. So what happens is, like, you can't even see those inefficiencies happening and things like that. So that is where the Soul product, as the name suggests, it lets you know internally what's happening. And it addresses most of the industries and small and mid-sized spaced buildings as well, wherein they can benchmark their usage, or if there are any appliances that are going to go bad, they get to know things like this. And this wholly operates on a wireless IoT network. But yeah, so as we were developing this, what we found was how do we make sure that it is scalable enough as well. So one thing is, we work with companies who hold a portfolio of buildings, but we also work or partner with companies which are into facility management, BMS providers, utilities, not exactly in India, but because they are state run, but with utilities as well, or HVAC OEMs as well. So wherein we have worked with two of the companies where they provide these room air conditioners, which we see in all our homes. But how do we make sure they are energy efficient as well? You might have seen this BEE 5-star.
So if you don't mind, Rohit, I just interruption. So you're essentially kind of talking about a business model where you are, quote unquote, nearly guaranteeing savings, right? So in terms of business model, are you actually still asking the customer to pay you, or are you saying that I'm going to save you X and therefore we just split the savings? What's been your model, and where is the uptick coming from the customers?
So one thing which we have observed is we wanted to remove that capex part. So that is where we have been operating on OPEX part with a refundable deposit to start off. And the other thing which we have observed a few months ago is when we price our products based on the savings, because most of the clients we work with, they have these budgets for the products they procure with respect to climate and things like this. So you wouldn't want those numbers changing every month, because energy consumption is always going to change. So what we do is like a subscription, a fixed amount every month, and there the client will save.
Wonderful, thank you. So Vivek, we've heard a lot about business models, we've heard about the cost, the capex and the opex, everything. And coming from venture capital side, while everybody talks about green, right? But you as a VC firm has a mandate to always give anywhere from 20 to 28% IRR to your LPs. So in terms of the VC world, are you seeing some genuine interest in investing in ESG space, or to put it very bluntly, still a lip service? What's your take on that?
I think it's beyond lip service now. However, I think there is still some more work to be done, because a lot of the companies who are coming and presenting themselves as solution providers, and I think a lot of them are exceptions here, so I don't mean people who are here, but a lot of them are still scratching the surface. And I think there is a need to deep dive to understand what is the work going on. And I go back to the question you had asked earlier about, let's take an example of statutory compliance, for example. I think as a country, we started work in plastic, which is the largest space, for example, starting a regulatory change, which happened about 4 or 5 years ago with EPR being introduced. And today in the plastic world, EPR is a very large space. But having said that, and I think many people who understand that space well, I'm sure Mr. Rami Reddy will understand that space well. Today, the true work happening in EPR space versus a lot of places where there is a paper trail around EPR happening, and how much of it is the real work and how much of it is just a paper trail. I think that is where the secret, so to say, lies. And I think a lot of the investors or the VCs or PE funds today are wanting to understand that space better, to understand that is this real work happening, and are we in line with utilizing technology to the best possible manner in studying, understanding, analyzing, and looking at the future so that a scalable model can be produced there. So I think tech is a very, very clear trend. So if anyone is talking about it, the questions that are being asked is, let's understand the depth, let's understand the technology, and let's understand the scalability. But having said that, I think it is a very, very important parameter, because all the LPs, all of the investors, whether they are large funds or HNIs or family offices, it's very important that they are asking these questions. So when they sit down and we present an investment to them saying we are looking at investing in this company, a lot of the questions being asked are revolving around ESG. Saying, and human capital amongst the ESG is one of the largest piece that people are asking questions around. That what kind of work is being done on the human capital? Are they following the rules? Are they doing all that? And I think one last piece, while still staying with statutory, is also to look at the future. Because so far, most spaces statutory is seen as present or the past.
Right.
Whereas in the ESG space, I think the need to have an eye on the future is far more important. And going back, let's say, to the EPR topic, today EPR is only on a certain category of waste. But there is already discussion that oil should come into a EPR category. There is a discussion on textile which should come into the EPR category. So our startups and our companies already beginning to look at those sectors, because that's where the future lies. Plastic is important, but a lot of people are already in that space. So I think those would be what I would think are the thought process going on. But having said that, I think ESG is a very, very critical perspective when you look at it. When I wear a investor's hat, I think it is a very important risk mitigation tool. It's a very important brand tool, because a lot of you go and study the litigation that has happened on a lot of the firms, whether large or small. If there was a very cadence, governance-oriented ESG that was applied, then a lot of them may not have happened.
And I think from that perspective, investors are very, very keen and looking at that.
So in fact, Vivek, what you said, it's very interesting that you're seeing that a lot of the LPs are actually kind of wanting to understand the ESG space and are looking at the human capital, right, which is very, very encouraging. Having said that, I'm sure it's also encouraging for a lot of startups in the ecosystem. If you were to just drill it down, right, and say what are the 3 things that a startup entrepreneur should think about before they come to pitch for a VC funding? What are the top 3 things in your mind?
So I think one very clearly is a solid, transparent reporting and a matrix mechanism so that they can go deeper than just we are ESG compliant or here's what we are doing. And we saw some of the startups talk about it. For example, the HVAC, and you were talking about the background checks that you can do. What is the energy conservation and how you're measuring it and what does it result in, or even what Shrikant talked about from a long-term perspective. So one is that what is the measurability that you can bring and demonstrate to people. The second, I think, is transparency, that what and how are we getting the data? Where is the data coming from and how much can we trace that data? So is there a traceability or is this a manual data that I'm feeding in and then showing you a bunch of graphs at the back? So the traceability is the second piece. And I think the third piece is the human aspect of it. That, what people are going to ask is that, what are we doing? And this is where I think that, the 3 levels, the scope 3 comes in very, very interestingly here that, what are we doing around that? Especially in the waste management space, for example, a lot of it is outsourced. Whether it's the corporate or even some of the waste management companies, they are themselves outsourcing, or the municipal corporations. So how well is the scope 3 people aspects being taken care in case you are in that space? So I would think those 3 would be what I would think are the top 3.
Sure. Thank you. Moving on to Ganges, one of the things, I don't know where I read it, but I distinctly remember that there was a paper I was reading where they said the last 2 world wars were actually fought because of economic reasons. And the expectation is that whenever a 3rd world war, if it ever happens, would actually be fought for water, right? That's the sort of paper I read quite a few years back, and it just stuck me in mind. And it's very interesting that you're actually in the water treatment, STP area, and you come up with a very, I wouldn't say unique, but more like innovative, very different sort of approach to sewage treatment plants. And you also start getting some traction, correct? And that seems to be a phenomenally large problem that everybody has a problem. STP, whether it's communities, whether it's large industrial estates, whether it is tech parks, everybody has to have water treatment. So is it like you have a phenomenally large market just waiting for you to go grab it, or are you struggling to get the market?
Very interesting question and well put. Today, across the country, we are severely challenged by water security. When I touch this subject, it's not about not having good water. If you have 1 billion liters of water in a lake, just about 1 million liters go there, touch that 1 billion liters, makes that entire 1 billion liters unusable, unsafe. This is unfortunate reality of how much we are unable to handle the wastewater that is a result of rapid urbanization and the way we have launched our lifestyles. Now when we deploy complex sewage treatment systems or effluent treatment systems, that was the choice that we made when we began industrialization in 30-40 years ago. But long way we have come only to realize that today STPs and ETPs are the 6th largest contributors to the GHG emissions. And the entire ESG chapter is all about how do we minimize that and run away, as far as from this 1.5 degree temperature raise, which is going to catastrophically affect us. So the choices that we make to deploy in addressing one problem shouldn't create a secondary issue. That is what precisely happening with sewage treatment and effluent treatment. That we have not looked at certain alternatives. So I feel water security is in our hands, that if we are able to contain our used water properly and treat it well, we are fairly okay. The next part is the rainwater. How do we actually leverage that? As far as our work is concerned, you asked about, is it still an idea? Are you getting traction? Are you struggling? Well, middle of COVID, sitting home, not knowing where the world will head, I was wondering what did I do. I had a beautiful career in US. I wanted my son to grow in India, so I brought him back before he's 5-year-old. And I was part of a sustainable community building a large campus for 5 years as a volunteer. Then came an opportunity to look at sewage treatment in that campus, and that brought me into this field that yes, there are alternative ways to treat sewage. And I found that this is a great idea. With that great idea in heart, I traveled around the country almost 5 lakh kilometers. Military stations, residential colonies, schools, colleges, institutions, the big names. I found the most corrupt practices. Sustainability is at convenience. If it is cheaper, economical, I'll try to adopt. And that also if it gives you other edges. So with this, we struggled a lot till about 2021. We were at a point where we were not sure, when will the country wake up to the reality that the entire rest of the world, who has spoiled the world faster, have gone quickly at solutions in fixing it, and we woke up late in that sense. So these solutions that are nature-based solutions are century old. They've been there in India and others have learned it, but they have engineered it so well. Now that we are able to bring back such solutions to India, you can see this image that such a complex sewage treatment system could be replaced by this system. This is sitting right next to the bedrooms and balconies. If I put a development here and sell the central plot to STP and say that here is my STP, how many of you will buy the plot? Any one of you? It's very difficult because the nature of the treatment itself is so complex, and there are orders around it because you're exposing the water to the ambient air, and every time wind blows, it picks up the aroma free of cost. Yeah. Well, so we brought these solutions and we struggled. Now we got to a level of engineering advancement in the system that instead of using a 5 square meter to treat 1,000 liters, we are able to treat this below 1 square meter. Most of your communities that have gardens, give me one garden, your STP will be done. And you would not know. The ETV fellow came to interview me at this place and he told me, where do I set up the camera? I said, go put up the STP. He was roaming around for 15 minutes, not understanding where the STP is. And this garden is one of the 5 gardens that the community has. So similarly, for the lakes and water bodies, we have taken a pledge that unless we become a rich country where we can solve every problem, which is far from reality. Our lakes are going to receive sewage no matter what we do. Our water bodies are going to receive sewage. So we figured out ways how we can fix the natural biome within the water body, that a water body can fix itself by itself because the natural bacteria can do the job. It's just that we have overloaded it. So we understood the nutrient cycles and we brought in level of engineering. Today I have a 25-member team. We work across the nation. We cannot run all along the nation because I did that crazy job for 5 years. Now I understood that we cannot run every day, everywhere. So we set up channel partners across the country. We are about 3 of them right now. We are looking for 10 more. We got about 6 crore turnover this year. 24 will be closing somewhere around 10 crores. Following year is looking like crazy, like somewhere between 100 to 200 crores. Because Madhya Pradesh state has said, first state to declare that for all the towns that are below 1 lakh population, we will go with nature-based solutions because the energy cost is huge in sewage treatment and it requires qualified people to babysit these treatment systems. That is not possible in towns. So for a good reason they chose, and we came one of the finalists in that KPMG evaluation. So we are seeing a rapid growth now, and it's really a struggle now, a good problem to have. Then I'm looking at systems, I'm looking at investors, I'm looking at how we can engineer these systems and manage this whole thing differently. Money doesn't motivate me as much, but we have to be profitable. So we are also looking at creating a social impact enterprise for profit to see that this goes to every village. This goes to as much as I may be dreaming a lot, but what drives us is that every project we do, it provides for carbon sequestration, it reduces emissions, the system works for 30 years, a gardener can run it. Next to COVID, my systems are going to be run beautifully. There is no issue because we don't need technical people to support them. This is the brief story.
Wonderful. I think I think you really hit the nerve there. If you can make the system to work smoothly with quote unquote unskilled people, then it becomes very sustainable. That's beautiful.
One important point is that a lot of people, most of us, when we buy a car, the first question we ask, except for the 1% top who do not worry about money, what is the cost of the car? This next question is, kitna dega? Is there anybody who bought a car without asking that question? So life cycle cost plays a major role whether we can sustain our lives with an iPhone or Android or STP. A 1 MLD of sewage treatment plant today costs standalone 3 crores, but it takes 13 to 14 crores in 15-year lifespan to run it, which most of this upstream between CBRE coming and taking over the STP from a developer, they will realize how much money is going to drain out of their corpus. Our STPs are saving literally 60% on the operations cost. A 3 crore is draining you 13 crores. My 3 crores is saving you 7 crores compared to conventional system. This is the financial equation. Environment sustainability of low energy, low emissions, carbon sequestration, social acceptability, being able to tolerate and be around it happily, economic viability. These 3 things are completely met with any solution that we have, whether for STPs or ATPs or for water bodies.
Thank you. Srikanth, would you like to add something? Please.
Same thing. Thanks. When I wanted to ask for the outlet of treated water and all, it costed me, as I said, pretty big amount apart from other charges. When I went for a good source of treating the water and retaining much of it, there was no need of outletting the water. That was a saving, huge saving. And what I invested in STP is almost like 30% of what I'm supposed to spend off the boundary. So outside infrastructure, government supposed to provide. So I saved on that and I spent on here. So it's state saving. So people see what I'm trying to say is, at the same time, we should take this opportunity to go for the awareness thing as well, the infrastructure wise, on which probably we can do it together. The more and more we can talk about the innovations, what we can do, what good can do. Forget about the money and all. But if it's doing good for the society and adding for the ESG, it's good.
Thank you, Srikanth. I know we are running behind the curve, so I'll stop over here. But before I stop, there's one question, Ram Reddy Garu, that has come for you from the audience, which is about talking about how significant is the regulatory framework in making ESG more mainstream. So we'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
No, first of all, very good interactions. We're very happy to listen to everyone. Very meaningful. As I told, actually, whatever we have done in the past, there is a lot of gap. Here is an opportunity. In all these spaces where what we have listened, the inadequacies that have gone into our system are giving us an opportunity to convert into a great business for future. Every building that is constructed provides opportunity in all these spaces what we are talking. Let me tell you on the water side. While disposal aspect we are talking that it's going to give us cost reduction, but if you look at completely recycling it back, what is the cost of fresh water that we are looking at? So if you can replace the treated water for your consumption, you see the cost economics. You are going to save huge on that. So for that, I mean, there is a business model that is already established. So you can certainly look at it. On the waste side also, zero waste. Actually, this is the only way we have to move forward, especially for our country. Because if you look at China has built big, but we are yet to start our journey. So we should, if we can bring in our best practices, learning from the mistakes what they have done, I think we have a great opportunity. Coming back on the regulatory side, I must tell you, Government of India is certainly now in the last two terms, last 10 years, I can see they started really putting the best practices. See, everywhere they are trying to give solutions towards the 360-degree solutions they are trying to bring in around recycle, reuse, recovery, reduction. These sort of methods they are really encouraging. They're also trying to see solutions at the design stage, how best the consultants can be brought in and encouraged. And they're making it easy for especially when I saw the industrial and urban solutions, they are trying to provide us with solutions at a individual industry level or a developer level, and also trying to encourage systems, which certainly at a policy level and the government level, regulatory level, I saw solutions which are really encouraging the industry and every stakeholder. Regulatory level, I can tell you every rule that is getting framed is coming handy for the industry and every business house to really focus on the ESG in a big way. Just to give you some example, which in fact we were advocating for these things. Single environmental clearance, we are talking for every industrial park. And which government now is supporting, in a big way. The environmental department is really coming out. Previously, every industry has to go with individual environmental clearance. Every product they are supposed to get clearances. All those things are getting eliminated. Same thing for townships. The entire environmental solutions are being worked out, keeping in the sustainability in mind. So I can see that the actions and the initiations that are coming from government are really going to support the industry in a big way.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
From HYSIA and T-Hub for the Catalyst Industry Startup Innovation Conference. A warm welcome to the audience, speakers, our special invitee, and the keynote speaker. May I invite Manisha Sabu, President HYSIA, Infosys, Vice President and Campus Head, Hyderabad, SEZ, and Indore, onto the dais. For the benefit of new audience to HYSIA, HYSIA is Hyderabad Software Enterprises Association. We are a 32-year-old not-for-profit association. We work towards the benefit of the IT industry. We bring in interventions that places the IT Hyderabad industry in the global markets. We work as a fulcrum between the government and the IT industry and the ecosystem. We represent 90% of IT workforce and revenue. I invite M. Srinivas Rao, CEO, T-Hub, to join us on stage. We are happy to partner with T-Hub, which is India's largest incubation center that brings together startups, corporations, government, academia, and investors. Today's program, ESG-focused Catalyst, is a domain-specific platform, and that brings the end users, community, investors, academia, mentors, and advisors onto one platform. And today in this gathering, you get an opportunity to interact with all of these. This program is third in the series that we have conducted. We have already done the FinTech as our first edition and Life Sciences, and this is third in the series. I welcome special invitee A. Ayodhya Ramireddy Garu, the founder Ramki Group, mentor for startups and entrepreneurs, MP Rajya Sabha. Please join us on stage. Thank you. I now request Kishore Bora, MD, Energy Tech Global, Managing Committee Member, HYSIA, and one of the Environment Forum leaders to set the context for today's program. Over to you.
Good evening, everyone. Respected Ayodhya Ramireddy Garu, MSR Garu, and Manisha Sabu, President, HYSIA, and my fellow Managing Committee members at HYSIA, distinguished panelists, startup founders, investors, mentors. I welcome you all for the third HYSIA Catalyst event, and you already heard Shanti telling you that as an organization, as an Apex IT organization, we represent more than 90% of Hyderabad IT and IT industry, both in terms of revenue and headcount. And having witnessed a phenomenal growth that is happening society at large, especially in the sustainability space, because sustainability is no longer under good to have category, it is under must to have category for many organizations. Having seen a transformational change happening in that sector, and also looking at various business opportunities that are emerging in ESG sector, HYSIA has put its spotlight on ESG as one of the key focus areas apart from talent and transformation and skill development. ESG is one of the key focus areas for HYSIA team for the term 2020 to 2024. As part of this initiative, what HYSIA did was it has created a ESG forum, and ESG forum mostly consists of subject matter experts from the member companies, and we also have some independent private property consultant firms, representatives from independent property consultant firms, and then some consulting companies, NGOs, government. So what we did was, for the last 1.5 years, we have focused on uplifting three aspects in Hyderabad IT corridor. One is the green energy, the other one is e-waste management, and the third one is green mobility. And this forum members actively involved with Telangana government, Telangana State Electricity Regulatory Commission, and then we work with consulting firms such as PwC, E&Y, and we work, of course, with our member companies who are having large IT parks, tech parks, and small and medium scale companies. And we also work with startup ecosystem, such as we have got exclusive partnerships with T-Hub, and educational institutions like IIIT Hyderabad, and trade bodies like Federation of Telangana Chambers of Commerce, right? And we also work with NGOs, and we also work with real estate companies here. So what we do is, overall, as our motive, we were working on uplifting the ESG posture of our member companies. We were trying to help them in embedding E, S, and G aspects in their business decision-making process and their organization culture. And we are bringing the ecosystem together so that they can look at sharing the best practices and also look at the future trends and opportunities. So we have been doing it actively. Apart from this, one of the main focus area for this ESG group, ICI ESG group, is continuously deliberating on how would we upskill, how would we increase the scale of the ESG scale of, or ESG posture of the Hyderabad IT corridor as such. We know that Hyderabad is a popular IT destination for the larger MNCs across the world, and we wanted to ensure that it would continue to remain as an attractive IT destination, not just because of the existing IT ecosystem and the talent pool, but also because of the ESG attractiveness too. And that's what we are trying to work, and we have made good progress in that area. And looking at the Catalyst event and today's event, so as you heard that this is the third in the series. We first started with FinTech and then Life Sciences, and the third one is ESG. So this is a testament to the fact that ICIA's continued efforts towards the sustainability area. And what we did was we reached out to all our member companies and asked them to share their focus areas and the areas of pain right? And then we collated all this information from them, and then we reached out to the startup ecosystem. And when we did this analysis, we have come up with we identified a few themes from our member companies, such as green energy and clean tech. We got waste management, both solid and e-waste. We've got carbon footprint management. We've got water management, and then we also have SDG mapping and reporting. So we reached out to the wider startup ecosystem, and we invited applications. I know there are many startup founders sitting here, and only 8 of them have been shortlisted for the panel discussions. So it is because we were looking at the interests of our member companies first. So, and then we try to understand what areas that they are focusing on, and that's the reason why some of you have been chosen to be to be one of the finalists and partake in the panel discussion. But we were so excited to see all the entries, and you guys are doing amazing work, and you are the companies which the world needs. And today, this catalyst, through this catalyst event, we wanted to promote the collaboration, connections for all the startup founders with the industry, mentors, investors, and some exciting discussions are going to happen. You will hear good keynote speeches, panel discussions, right? And then some exciting announcements, agreements are going to unfold on this dais. So I wish you all the best, and I would want you to make the most use of this time and networking, and please stay back until the end of the event, participate in the networking dinner, and make the most out of this event. So thank you very much. I will hand over the proceedings back to Shanti. Thank you.
Thank you, Kishore. That was very comprehensive. I request Manisha Sabu to please address the audience.
Good evening, everybody. There are 6 million IT employees in India as of now. That is the growth we've achieved in last 30 to 40 years. And now, as per analyst, we will be adding 2 million in next 3 to 4 years. That is the growth that we are looking at. And the Hyderabad is here. I'm sure you want to get the lion's share of this 2 million in Hyderabad. That's what I thought. As soon as I heard that 2 million numbers, how many are we getting in Hyderabad? And what are we doing to get this 2 million here, and a majority of this 2 million in Hyderabad? As Hyderabad IT Industries Association, it's not just a wish, but it's a responsibility for us to make sure that we understand, analyze, and plan for it. So the first question, where is the growth going to happen? It is in GCC and startup area. 60 to 70% of the growth will be in GCC and startups. It is not in services industry. So it means that we need to change the way we have been working, the people that we have been talking to, this has to change. So coming to the startup part of it, what is it that HYSIA can do to get more, become kind of a magnet? Hyderabad should become magnet for startups. And what is HYSIA can do it? So when it comes to what we can do, the question that we should ask was that, what are my strengths? What is it that we can play on? What is it that we can bring to the table? So our strength is all the large organizations who are our members. What is it that the startups need? Startups need the large organization to mentor them, tell them what are the problem statements for which they can create solutions. Startup needs somebody to fund them. So the best way we can help startups to come to Hyderabad is by bringing corporates, VCs, and startups together. And with this thought and advice from the Bhishma Pitamaha of Hyderabad IT, I can safely say that about J.A. Chaudhary Garu, with his advice from people who are deeply ingrained in the startup system like Ramesh Loganathan, and of course MSR. We said, okay, let's all come together and see how can we create an ecosystem for startup, and that's where Catalyst was born. As you heard from Kishore as well as Shanti, this is the third Catalyst, and with what I see is that the venue size is increasing as we are adding the addition. So it means that it's becoming more popular, more meaningful, and more enriching experience for the participants. More and more people want to be part of this. So thank you everybody who has accepted to give their time here today. And I will request Shanti to move forward with the agenda. Thank you so much for being here. Because your presence is what makes the event successful. Shanti is the person who keeps me on track. Thank you, Shanti. This is something very important that we want to talk about. When I said that we want to build the ecosystem, we want mentors, we need people who will invest, we have done 2 catalysts, and you'll notice that this has started helping us. One outcome of this is Phoenix Group has come forward to mentor the startups from the ESG space. That's a very big thing, because you know that everybody in Hyderabad knows about Phoenix Group. They're big, they're very forward-looking. So I'm so glad to have Phoenix Group mentor our startups who are participating. Thank you.
So during our discussions, we had Phoenix Group come forward and offer saying they would want to have an MOU between T-Hub, HYSIA, and Phoenix, so that they can offer technical mentorship to all these startups. So we consider this a very good outcome of the Catalyst program that we are putting together. So the startups grow and together we all grow. So this is a good beginning for all of us. Thank you. May I now request MSR to come and talk to us about the ESG plans. They have several cohorts running. Eager to hear to you.
Good evening. First of all, Honorable MP Garu, Sri Ramireddy Garu, Manisha Sabu Garu, and the office bearers of HYSIA, Srikant Garu from Phoenix, and of course, all the startups, the corporates, the mentors, and we have the entire ecosystem here. We also have people from the banks here. So it's an honor and privilege to be here at the 3rd event of Catalyst. The first 2 events, the FinTech and the Life Sciences and Pharma event, went off really well. Most of our startups benefited hugely, right? And this whole, when you're building an entrepreneur ecosystem, essentially when you think about an entrepreneur ecosystem, you need startups, you need large companies who believe in paying it forward, which is what members of HYSIA are doing. You need funding institutions, which could be banks, which could be VCs. You need industry associations, of which HYSIA is a stellar example. And of course, you need media and you need government to come together, right? So I think we've been able to achieve that to a significant extent. So thank you for being here. I just thought, before we get into talking about what we are doing at T-Hub, I'm sure many of you would have read, this chap called Taleb. Yeah. So there is a quote from Taleb which I read a couple of days ago. So I thought I'll start with that. And the quote is, unlike his quotes which are usually very long, this one is a fairly simple one. He says, "Difficulty is what wakes up the genius." Okay. And I was trying to do some reading on, when did this term ESG come up, right? And actually, it's almost a 20-year-old term, right? There's some background. There's a gentleman called Kofi Annan, who was the UN Secretary General. So he called a meeting with, large companies, large financial institutions, and the International Financial Corporation commissioned a study in 2004. And then 2005, they came up with a report, right? And I think the name of the report, I wrote it down here. The name of the report was Who Cares Wins, okay? And when you think about it, it's very profound, right? Because I think we all have a responsibility to leave the planet in a better shape than when we came in, right? When you think about it. So this was the first time. So very quickly jumping on to what we are doing, and broadly, the philosophy behind what we are doing at T-Hub from a ESG perspective is essentially, think about this. We all want to live on a planet where we can breathe air, fresh, clean air. We can eat healthy food, okay, and we can live sustainably, right? So very simple. So that's what we are trying to do. So today we have close to about 90 plus startups whom we are working with across different spectrum of the ESG part. So we have startups in clean energy and green energy and clean tech. We have startups in SDG mapping and reporting. We have startups in waste management, both solid and e-waste. We have startups in carbon footprint reduction and carbon credits. We have startups in water management, right? And some of them are there at the back. So I think this opportunity, to partner with HYSIA is something we value deeply. I think, Hyderabad, I think all of us do believe that Hyderabad can be the next startup capital of India. Startups, my last submission to all of you is ESG is important because we have to combine profit with purpose. Right? That's one of our goals at T-Hub, that everything we do must lead to a better and more sustainable planet. And this is something which we emphasize with all our startups, that we are not in the game for valuation, but we are in the game of building sustainable businesses which scale, which grow, which create jobs, and obviously enrich the ecosystem. So thank you again, the team at HYSIA, and thank you, sir, for being here today. You are a real inspiration for all of us, how you've been able to combine your role as a corporate leader and also build one of India's largest companies in the environment space. So thank you for being here, and look forward to hearing from you, sir, and also, of course, the panel discussions. And thank you for all the startups, and thank you for the team at T-Hub, which has done, the team at the back, you can all wave, for putting together, a really well-curated list of startups who are going to be part of the panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. So I had to announce that we do not have Ronald Rose, IAS, join us. We just heard from him. He regretted because of the election code. I thought it would be good for me to let you all know. You may be wondering why. So our next agenda is about unveiling of the ESG and CSR white papers. There's a little bit of a background to this. Today's catalyst intervention is actually one of the recommendations from the white paper that we're going to be releasing now. So in July of this year, HYSIA conducted ESG conclave. And as one of the outcomes from the conclave was this white paper. We conducted a roundtable discussion with about 55 speakers. And the conference had about 100 plus NGOs and 600 delegates from the ESG fraternity. We conducted this conclave in partnership with TSIG, that is keeping with our word that we would want to go with the ecosystem and do things in collaboration with our ecosystem partners. So the conclave actually featured 2 roundtables, as I said. The discussions from the roundtable have been documented, and we are now going to be releasing the white papers. The outcomes from the white paper has been that ESG, we said, how can ESG principles be incorporated into the business decision making? And how can organizations build a culture to promote sustainable features? These have been the deterministic outcomes from the ESG white paper. We also have brought out a CSR white paper, which talks about shaping the future of CSR, collaboration, innovation, and impact. This discusses the evolving landscape of CSR in the business ecosystems. May I request our special invitee, A. Ayodhya Ramireddy Garu, to please launch the white papers. So, keeping with our promise, we have really not printed many of these copies, but the copy is available on our website, www.hysia.in. It's in our resource section. So all of you should go through. We discussed the best practices, and there are quite a few cues. Yeah, there are quite a few cues for the startups to develop on what next is going to happen in the ESG space. Kishore and Prashant, the leaders from the ESG forum. The environment segment is being led by Kishore, and Prashant is the forum leader for the ESG. The white paper also had a lot of inputs that have come from our ESG forum leaders. One of the ESG forum leaders, Sharif, is also part of us. Satish is here. They've all been working behind the scenes. Please join us. So we also take the stage because we also did our bit for the white paper. We move on to our next segment. Ala Ayodhya Rami Reddy. Did I get your name right, sir? Or rather, somebody advised me just say A. So, A. Ayodhya Rami Reddy, founder of Ramki Group of Companies, our special invitee and keynote speaker for the evening. I have quite a few things written about him which are very specific to this group, and you will be interested in knowing that. Ramki Group, founded in 1994, is a pioneer in executing many public-private partnership projects with a vision, this will be interesting for you, with a vision of sustainable development in emerging global markets, including India. Under Ramki Enviro Engineers Limited, they provide comprehensive environment management services for commercial, industrial, and municipal customers. Listen to this. They offer a whole gamut of best-in-class services for waste management as hazardous, municipal, biomedical, and e-waste, recycling, wastewater, paper, plastic, and integrated waste. In addition, they also offer renewable energy consultancy and integrated environment services. So this must be making complete sense as to why we have him as our special guest today. He is currently a member of the Rajya Sabha. He's passionate. This will be very interesting for the startups. He's passionate about startup and entrepreneurial mentorship. So all that you have to do is just walk up to him and seek for that. And he offers this under the ARR group. As a keynote speaker, we'll get his insights on navigating the path to sustainable prosperity, ranging from green energy to carbon credits. Ayodhya garu, over to you.
Good evening, everyone. Srinivasrao garu, Manisha garu, the best of the industry here, various stakeholders around mentoring, the mentors, mentees, ladies and gentlemen. I'm extremely happy to be here for this evening function. The program Catalyst, organized by HYSIA, support from T-Hub, and all the invitees here are sitting here with a purpose to see, how all of us can be, most of us, how we can contribute to the growing economic situation, balancing the sustainability while we are growing economically. If you look at India for the last 75 years, we have grown. But if you look at, there were a lot of gaps in our growth. Globally also, similar situations. The time we have reached here for next 25 years for India and for the globe, I think the time has come while the economics grow up, carbonomics have to come down. So that means there is a real opportunity for every stakeholder to look back and then see how they can improve the environment in the areas where they are working. As you all know, environment is God. All the 5 elements embedded in that. So when I look at myself starting this journey in 1994 to build sustainable solutions for the businesses or the life path which I have taken, everywhere I try to see sustainability as a key goal. United Nations has come out with their sustainable development goals, as you all aware, are most important from my point of view. I always kept on talking about those goals, which really brings us at a platform where each one of us has to, can really balance our businesses around that. Now, my experience I want to share, while I say how India has moving from a 4 trillion to 40 trillion in next 25 years, it is asking for a 10 lakh crores of investment only in the infrastructure space. If you look at that infrastructure around agriculture, manufacturing, services, and the infrastructure, all these 4 areas combinedly, the infrastructure investment that is going to go is to that extent, almost 40 lakh crores of investment every year. In that, coming to the waste management space. Waste management in urban areas and industrial areas. If you look at the solutions around these two, has a major impact. The moment we talk of this building, the entire design, engineering, the products that are going to get in, the entire execution, the operation and maintenance. At every phase, there is a lot that we can save. Here, that is an opportunity for a startup, which was not looked at in the past. Around every industry, same thing, civil infrastructure, environmental infrastructure, social infrastructure that we have built. Most of the places we have never applied our mind. While we had environmental impact assessment, environmental audits, environmental monitoring programs, they have never focused the way it is supposed to be. So means the diagnosis that you can bring in all these 4 areas of investment for next 25 years within India, a huge opportunity around environment, which will bring in the best of the impact on the social aspects. So I have built a business model, whether it is in infrastructure construction or the environment and waste management, or the real estate and the agri-farming, or the consultancy and advisory, in which Ramki Group, actually now I am only a founder. There is a team, professional team, with the best of board and governance, shareholders are happening. But my last 35, 40 years of journey, my past journey, actually what I have seen in these areas, actually this company and this group has built around that. So when I look back and see from now to next 25 years, looking at these sort of investment opportunities, I think this is the place where I can tell you, if I was doing a 100 rupee business and making a 10 rupee profit, I can tell you with the same resources in place, I can ensure that this business goes up from 100 to 200 and this 10 profit goes to 30. That is the type of opportunities where the entire startup ecosystem has an opportunity to build for themselves. So I just wanted to tell all of you that you are at a right spot. You have the government facilitating, both from central government to various state governments, including Telangana. And then an ecosystem like HYSIA and T-Hub, facilitating and hand-holding. I can see putting up the right kind of mentors and subject matter specialists coming in place. The future is fantastic for every mentor and for every startup. But I wanted to tell few things for these startup entrepreneurs. For all of you, there is a good business opportunity. We also know where is that opportunity. We also have solutions. But the issue is, for all the startups, I want you to know that the business knowledge is very important. The knowledge that you have to accrue in terms of identifying or in terms of diagnosing the opportunities in the existing environmental platform, I think, you should, for that you must work in that sector. Just coming from school, it's good, everybody have interests, etc. But my experience I wanted to tell, because from 2006 onwards, I have been, I was mentoring, I was investing around few startups. More than 23 I have invested. Okay, but not a great success story, because my sector itself was not matured enough, and still, a lot of risks in the system, so people were not ready to take up. But I can tell you the time is ready right now. Now it is the right time. So understand the knowledge. For that, diagnose, get into the entire spectrum of waste management, water management, wastewater management, air pollution control, noise pollution control, solid waste management, and all the tools of environment for governance. So try to understand, we have to understand that. Then that adds with the skills that we need to develop. So everywhere, for some time at least, we have to work in that particular area to understand what are those real gaps. Today I can tell you 10,000 problems, for which startups can give solutions in these 4 companies where I have had the experience. There is a lot. In fact, we have diagnosed and we have put them actually. So there is a great opportunity for every individual around and every organization around that. The skills also, there is a very limited number of people. Everybody is looking at how do I create a value, how do I make some money. Yes, we must make money. But end of the day, it has to be techno-economically viable solution. And for that, we have to be time tested. Okay, so certainly the skills that are required for the startups, you must get in and try to understand those things is one thing I am telling. And then finally, my advice to the teams here is this, the attitude with which we are going to work. At every level, hard work, commitment, is certainly very, very much required. And then I can tell you, this country has huge opportunities because we have the best of the talent, there is no doubt. We are also, I have also seen globally so many countries, more than 38 countries where, I had my operations and establishment. So I could see actually where are those opportunities, what sort of opportunities. Now, as a global village, when we look at the solutions that we can bring in around India, certainly they can be replicated in the rest of the world. People are looking forward to Indian brains. You all know that, I need not talk much. So the point is, around environment, there is a huge opportunity. And here is one organization which is India's largest environmental organization, which created more than I think 40,000 industries as their clients, and more than 5 lakh beds of hospitals every day they handle, more than 2 million tons of hazardous waste they handle. Every waste there is an opportunity for recycling, recovery, reusing. Every wastewater that comes out, there is an opportunity to treat and take it to next level. And every product that we are going to bring in is going to save lot of these wastages that are already happening in the system. So with these things, a great opportunity for everyone in this space, and this group and around me. Actually, now after my retirement from the business, actually, I have now started working with, as a mentor and also as an investor with various companies, and also I have taken a role to work for government of India as a member of parliament in policy making, so, and also law making. So very clearly I have some deliverables I kept, and this is what I have told when I went there with the Prime Minister. I told that I'm going to work in these 3 areas. Certainly, the industrial, environmental and waste management solutions, urban waste management and environmental solutions, environmental rules and regulations. So in fact, all of us, every stakeholder here around governance, we must know the rules, the best of the rules that we have to follow and what is happening around that. Again, if you go and see there, a huge opportunity, because the rules are not clearly adhered to at most of the places. So that itself brings in a great opportunity how to fix that. And also in line with the best of the European and US regulations, how the environmental rules of India have to further shape up. So in those areas also, every startup around ESG, I must tell you that should focus on understanding the rules and regulations, understanding the needs and what is the current situation, and around that how you can build your business. I think a huge opportunity. And I can tell you, we are here, in Hyderabad, just a few meters away from this building, a huge knowledge and expertise and experienced team. And I'm myself a civil and environmental engineer for 4 decades of experience. And we have seen, what India can provide sustainable solutions to the developing nations globally. So with that, actually, I want to thank everybody for giving me the opportunity. I'm here to take any questions from any of you. And also, after this meeting, also available to spend time with you people. Thank you very much to HYSIA, T-Hub, and all my friends here for giving me this opportunity to share a few of my thoughts. Thank you.
I should have mentioned this. In fact, when our team went to invite him, he said he will be interested in being there through the program so that he gets the opportunity to interact. So all of you should take this opportunity. And the message is loud and clear that it's the right time. Get your domain knowledge right, have the right skill set and the attitude, and now is the time to build a techno-economically viable solution. On that note, thank you very much for your time. So we just have a small memory that we want you to take back from HYSIA and T-Hub, so that the momento you can think about both of us and the startups. Can I invite the managing committee and the executive committee members of HYSIA to come on stage? Ramakrishna Lingireddy, the General Secretary, HYSIA, and President AuroProsoft, Prashant Nandela, Vice President, Kishore Bora, Bipin. So Bipin and Prashant, I'll get an opportunity to introduce you again. So, is there anyone here that from T-Hub? MSR, you want somebody else join here? Yeah, sure. Thank you very much. Yes. Thank you. We'll start with the next segment of the session. So another star segment of the day, which is much awaited. So this is going to be the starting of the panel discussion. I want to set a little bit of a background to this. To craft some meaningful conversations, we have conducted a survey like Kishore had said. We have reached out to corporates, including reality developers, property management consultants, NGOs in the sustainability space to understand what are their areas of priority. We were just not looking at putting together a panel discussion, but instead we wanted to have discussions that make sense to both the corporates and the startups. So the discussions now are going to be centered around the focus areas that we got as a feedback. Can we have the, yes, thank you. So these are going to be the spotlight areas that we will be having conversations on now. Now, there's a little bit that I want to tell about how this panel discussion is slightly different from the normal panel discussions that we have seen. When we reached out to the startups, the first question that the startups asked us is, do we have to pitch? So that's where we wanted to eliminate that pitch and the stress factor. So we said, no, this is not going to be a pitch, but you are going to be involved in a conversation with the corporates on stage. So this is going to be relaxed, stress-free environment. So that's the differentiating factor for the Catalyst panel discussion. So to make sure that we have the right conversations, we also did a little bit of homework in curating the startups that are going to be a part of the panel here. This doesn't mean, like Kishore said, that the others are not something that they should be here, but in a relative game, we felt we will be able to have a meaningful conversations with the startups that are going to be here now. So you can also see the kind of criteria that we have taken up while we curated. Now this, Bipin was very clear that we should inform this to the startups who have all applied so that they understand, they also introspect to see, for future what they could do better. So on that note, I invite panel 1 to please come on stage. Prashant Nandela, President and COO First Source, Vice President HYSIA, ESG Intervention Leader, and the moderator for panel 1. So we have 2 panel discussions actually. For ease of conversation and giving an opportunity for all these startups, we are doing 2 panels. Each panel will last for 45 minutes, where 20 minutes is exclusively catered for conversations. So the first panel, may I invite Dr. Prafulla Agarwal, Founder CEO, Tokera, please. Indrajit Shah, India ESG Lead, CBRE. Shiva Tekumudi, Founder and CEO, Facilizens. Mahesh Siripurapu, Founder and Managing Director, Nida Green Energy. Anubhav Saxena, DGM, ESG and Sustainability, Decarbonization Data Analytics from Raheja Group. Abdul Karim, Operations Executive, Bio Reform. And over to you, Prashant. Prashant, for convenience, would you like to sit here?
Yeah, I think I'll do that. That's what I was thinking.
So if you
So it's
don't
probably
mind.
easier.
Yes, yes. In fact, we orchestrated this also.
You do? Sorry. Thank you, Shanti. It's been great to be here. An honor to facilitate. Come on, come. You didn't call Mal? Yeah. This pen, yeah.
I'm so sorry, Dr. Mal.
We'll get. Sorry, why don't you
should sit here.
I'll stand. Come.
Yes.
Sequence of extra.
How did I miss it? Dr. Merle Fernandez is Director, LVPEI. I'm sorry about it. I did not mean any offense. No. You were very much in this panel.
Thank you, Shanti. It's a great honor to be here. Thank you for all the participants in this room. Ramreddy Garu for your presence here, MSR and the entire team, and all the team who's worked together tirelessly over the last 2 weeks to sort of curate this program, get this to where it is. I'm honored to be here to sort of spend some time. The way we'll go to do this is to sort of, I want to take a few minutes to bring in all of y'all to this conversation and spend a few minutes in this interesting topic in terms of what are we trying to do from either solid waste management, clean energy, net neutrality, carbon credits. How do you sort of work together to drive a sustainable environment for future? With that in mind, I wanted to take a minute to sort of, the guests are already invited and we know who are here, but I'll go round robin to sort of, get your insight into the conversation. Dr. Prafula, you've been here from a startup ecosystem, and you sort of had a couple of use cases that you've been dealing with to convert brown energy to green energy and aspects around carbon trading and how you can get energy neutrality in the organization. So, while I go round robin, I wanted to get your sense in terms of this tech solution that you built through the blockchain, distributed ledger technology, and how you're using it to sort of drive this globally. It'll be nice to get a sense from you, your mission, your passion, and why this idea, and how do you feel that it's going to make a difference to our work environments?
Okay, good evening, everybody. I think on the first note I would like to start is thank you, Ramreddy Garu. You've made a very nice statement that unless we don't have a business experience working as a corporate, as an employee, how do we make sure our startup really aligns to what we bring to the table? I'm a very standout product every time I walk into any startup ecosystems. They look at me, am I brought my daughter or my son, because I don't look the 20-plus-year-old, lot of startup owners here. So thank you for recognizing my startup. And at 50, I'm as young as any new college graduate is. What I'm passionate about. Thank you. What I'm passionate about, and I think you can see Tokri, and it's a green heart that's beating. That's what we want to communicate, because sustainability, environment is not only a corporation's responsibility. Every community, each one of us have to make a difference. That's what Propel does, and that's what propelled my startup to say, let's kind of create a grassroots level momentum to adopt clean energy. Now, how do we do that? And that's what we're solving using blockchain technology, where we're able to fractionalize renewable energy and various attributes that it has, like your energy credits, which individual households can adopt, which you can do it for your societies, for your offices, for your events, for your birthday parties, for your team events. Anywhere you can adopt it. There's a question that I always face is, but the credit is an offset, so it doesn't sound too good. But let me just say this, we all live in cities like Hyderabad. I'm coming from Bangalore. We get drowned and marooned every year these days.
And we do not think twice if that coracle which has come to take me to a safe place, is it made of the global standards of fiber and all that? Any coracle to get us out is welcome at that stage. Environmentally, that's where we are today. So what we are doing is working across the value chain of renewable energy. We are in discussions at the DISCOM levels to say what they procure as a renewable energy as mandatory obligations, start creating an identity for it so that that renewable energy can be still delivered in the hands of end users. So it can be at a cost, I'm not getting into the commercials there, but a blockchain allows that identity creation from generation to consumption. And that's going to revolutionize how each of us will consume renewable energy going forward. I'll end with a very small anecdote. When I was presenting this to the MSc forum in Uttar Pradesh, I had a small scale exporter from Moradabad who exports brass artifacts. He said, ma'am, if I do this, can my son write it in his personal statement as his environment contribution because he's applying for universities in the US? So that's the kind of adoption that we're seeing. And we're making it very, very simple, not only for adoption, even for your proof. And while we use blockchain, that's at the back end. Let's not complicate it for end users. You see a QR code there. I have a permission from that client right now. You can just scan on it. It'll give you the proof where this particular organization is consuming its renewable energy from. So I will end on that note. Our vision is very simple. We want every heart to beat green. It's each one's responsibility. Adopt renewable energy directly or indirectly, it doesn't matter, because just because we want to only set up power plants, we're consuming a lot of our land, and that's not sustainable either. So let's not be tilted too much on one side, but take a holistic view. And all the best to all of us, that we leave this place a better place. And in conclusion, somebody asked me, this is a 20-25-year journey. When Maggie came, none of us liked that flavors. But today it's become a meal. When Kellogg's came, they said, we're not for this generation. So Tokri is not being built for just this generation. We're talking Tokri for the next 20 years, and that's our vision. Thank you.
Awesome. Brilliant, Doctor. So I'm assuming we can, today sitting here, can get access to convert our brown power to green power by tokenized solution, right?
Absolutely.
Brilliant.
Thank you.
Maybe we should do that, right, at the end of this workshop, to show our commitment to green energy in terms of what we're doing from an organization standpoint. Brilliant. So just one thing teeing up from there before I go to the next panelist here is, this provides access globally. You're able to provide identity across global producers of green energy, or is it localized to India currently?
We're delivering that for global producers, distributors, and consumers. You
Brilliant.
could be anywhere in that cycle.
Awesome. That's good, right? So we don't need to use our land to produce. We can always consume from outside. Fantastic.
Absolutely not.
Fantastic. Thank you. Brilliant. Indrajit, over to you. You've been on this advisory space for a while, dabbling across a variety of things. So I wanted to get you in to get a sense on, as a consultant, talking to different stakeholders, working with a real estate company, talking to their clients, corporates, industries, policies. What's your sense on, the focus and the intent on carbon neutrality, carbon credits and net neutrality? Obviously, you have a larger perspective. And how does policy needs to change, sort of make sure that people are doing this, right? So when people talk to me, I said purpose is more important than anything. So obviously it all starts with us being very purposeful in terms of what we want to do and make sure that we're making this world a safer place to live in. Outside of that, there's a lot goes into, like Ram Reddy Garu said, in terms of policy, frameworks, awareness, willingness, access to sort of get this going. So what's your sense on how do we sort of step up from here and take a step change? What's an incremental change?
Thanks for that, Prashant. I'd just like to start off with a little bit of perspective about us as a country, right? We're already the most populous, and there was a report which said the real estate sector is going to overtake the agriculture sector in terms of being the largest employer in the country in the next few years. In India, we put out around 40 to 45 million square feet of real estate space every year. Now, what connects these different aspects is about magnitude. And this is what I would like to talk about, for the next couple of minutes, is when, all the startups out there, when you look at opportunity, okay, one thing to realize is if you are doing business in India, there is volume. So focus on understanding